woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost the traction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Tell you she cheated? Men cannot afford to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights, and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man,
Donovan Sharpe.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharpe, and welcome to episode 1003 of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. We are mega streaming live to Facebook, X, Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter X, YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and of course, in crystal clear high-resolution 4K2 Sharp Stream, the one and only independent streaming platform built by the lovely and talented Devin for the TSR family. So however you're watching, wherever you're watching from, thank you for making the Sharp Reality Live a part of your daily routine. Guys, make sure you follow me. Make sure you follow me on IG at Donovan Sharpe TSR, on Facebook at Donovan Sharpe, and like I said, you can still follow me on Twitter because according to Restream, it looks like I am streaming to Twitter, so it looks like my Twitter X page is still up there, although I have completely forgotten how to log in. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? Just give me a follow there. If you want to get your hands on my not one, not two, but my 3 free ebooks. These 3 ebooks can change your life, guys. 16 ways to immediately disqualify her for a long-term relationship, Dead Bedroom, the cure for a sexless relationship, and 14 questions she will ask you on the first date and how to correctly respond. Don't waste any time, guys. Head on over to tsracademy.com, plug in your very best email, and these 3 books packed with rock-solid information are yours absolutely free. Again, that is tsracademy.com. Plenty of ways to support the show. You can super chat, you can Cash App, or you can PayPal. Every dollar matters, every dollar counts, and every dollar is much appreciated. So, let's go ahead and, by the way, we ended our dating show breakdown. We had the absolute, I think yesterday on Rumble, and it's not there anymore because it's now on Sharp Stream and Patreon. Probably the greatest reunion show we've ever seen. Normally, when it comes to these reunion shows on these dating shows, there's not a lot that goes right. There's always drama, and then the guys start piling on each other. And we did get a little bit of that. But when I tell you that this was the greatest reunion show of all time, meaning that most of the guys got the W, that is exactly what I mean. It was all kinds of fun. I yelled myself hoarse last night for 3.5 hours. I have no idea how I have a voice. I'm actually in a bad state. I haven't showered. My beard game is all messed up. My hairline game is terrible. And I'm just wearing underwear. So I'm just going to keep it real with y'all. I'm sitting here in a t-shirt and underwear, but I'm going to give it to you. I'm still going to be here and give it to you. I still need to I only got halfway through repotting my flowers, my new flowers. Hopefully I'll be able to get out there after the dating show breakdown tonight to finish that up for my super garden. But at any rate, so a lot of you guys said that you wanted to see me react to the Vivek Ramaswamy appearance on The Breakfast Club. And I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it so that I can react organically, but I did read the comments, and guys, the comments are over I don't see one person supporting Tezlin Figaro. It's incredible. And what this really says to me, Jason Whitlock said this on his show a couple of days ago, and you guys know I'm not a political guy. I know enough not to sound like an idiot. If I have any questions about politics, I'll just call Miami J and he'll school me or educate me. But it appears that the Democrats, the hold that they have on the black community and the black vote is starting to loosen a little bit. Just based on the comments, because I was afraid to look at the comments on the last breakdown, because I figured everyone would be going after Larry Elder. They were all on his side, just like they were all on they were all on Vivek's side. So let's not waste any more time. Oh, and by the way, I do not have this monetized, guys. I don't have. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Hang on a second. So what happened the last time? And this is fine. I don't really care. But actually, I am gonna go ahead and monetize this. But the reason I'm gonna monetize this is so that the Breakfast Club can get their share of the revenue. You know what I mean? This is their platform. I'm reacting to their video. They built the studio, they created it. And listen, man, just because I disagree with their politics and all that other kind of stuff, that doesn't mean that I can't still support them as free market capitalists. That's just that's to me, that's just how that goes. So yeah, they'll hit me with the copyright claim, perfectly fine, well within their rights, well within their rights to do that. All of that said, if you guys want to support the show, I'm certainly not going to make any money on this show. Just super chat. If you guys would super chat, support as much as you can. I'm trying to find that. I'm actually trying to find the. I'm trying to find the whatchamacallit. I actually had the copyright disclaimer up there somewhere. But yes, the copyright. Free, what am I? Fair use, Copyright Act of 1962, fair use. And with that said, away we go.
This morning,
I can't wait.
Oh my God, that was really loud. Actually, you know what? I do like. So I didn't mean to blow everybody's eardrums out, but I want to listen. I want to listen to the theme. I like the "Wake that ass up." That's funny as hell.
Wake that ass up.
Wake
in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
He said, "Wake that ass
morning,
up."
everybody. It's DJ NV, Charlemagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Tezlin Figaro is with us this morning.
I can't wait to see you attempt this name.
And we got a special guest in the building, Vivek Ramaswamy. Did I say it right?
That's actually pretty good. It's better than most
Pretty
hosts.
good.
Yeah, it's like Ramaswamy, like
Ramaswamy.
CD-ROM, but yeah.
What I said, Ramaswamy.
Did this dude actually say CD-ROM? When's the last time we heard the term CD-ROM?
Yeah, you got it. bro.
Ramaswamy. Well, good morning.
Good to see you guys.
Ramaswamy.
How you feeling?
You too.
Feeling good, guys.
You're running for
I actually had a kid, Indian kid named Vivek who worked for me way back in the day.
president.
I am.
Running for president. Yeah, you're actually polling third behind Trump and DeSantis right now. The latest Fox poll shows you
A
polling.
distant third.
A distant third.
A distant third, yes.
I was about to say the third from second is huge, but what do you think you need to do to close that gap?
I mean, most people in this country do not know who I am. So against that
I didn't.
backdrop, the fact that I'm ahead of a vice president and a bunch of U.S. senators and a former U.S. ambassador and governors is honestly ahead of where I expected to be right now. Our goal was to be in third by the end of the year. And then you have the Iowa caucus, and then you have the New Hampshire primary. And the fact that you go those early states in order makes it possible for an outsider like me to actually do this because we spend a lot of time getting to know people in those states. And so it's going to be a steady process. The debates, I think, are pretty key. They start in August. I'm qualified for the debate stage already. I tend to like settings where we're debating. So hopefully that goes well, and we'll see where this takes us.
Now, up until I'd never heard of Vivek Ramaswamy. I had never heard of him before. This is actually the first time I am seeing him talk. I am Labib on the Rumble side. Says Vivek killed it the other night. So I might actually watch that debate. I might actually watch that debate. I'm sure it's on replay, but yeah, I've never heard of Vivek, but I mean, and I've never heard him talk, but clearly he's well spoken. I'm assuming he was born and raised in America. So let's continue.
Anybody who's not a white male really stand a chance of being.
Oh God,
Republican?
here we go
Absolutely.
already. Yeah.
I think that there's
They
this.
don't seem like they're open to that kind of diversity.
I'll be honest with you. I travel the country. I have not really experienced meaningful racism from grassroots conservative audiences
Imagine that.
for the last, several years that I've been, since I stepped down from my business career. That was a different world I was in. But for my book tours and everything else, and then now for this campaign, traveling the country, it's funny. That's the impression that you get from the media. Meeting people from Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, New Hampshire, I don't see that at all. In fact, I just see a hunger for substance, ideas, what's actually going to make the country better.
Okay, all right.
Actually, I'm very encouraged by that. And I think that more people should. I mean, I used to live here in New York as well. and I'm not saying this about you guys, but I remember for me, you get trapped in a bubble. When we get out of
I'm
that
from
bubble.
Moncks Corner, South Carolina.
Well, perfect. Well,
Yeah,
South
so
Carolina.
You know, one thing that I am impressed with about the Breakfast Club's production, I love the, I mean, I don't know, call me crazy, but I like the camera's not shaking, but, you know, I like that it's kind of got an organic sort of, you know, feel to it. It's almost like we're seeing we're seeing this. It's almost like we're watching this as a person, because none of us are perfectly still all the time. We don't zoom in and zoom out. No, we just kind of, move around in our seat a little bit. We're kind of, nod our head, this and that. I like the fact, I don't know, I just think it's cool. I've always been impressed. You guys know me. I've experimented, as you guys can see here with the scene switching. I experiment with different camera angles and all this other kind of stuff. I've got camera sliders and everything like that. But yeah, I really do like I like that organic camera view for the Breakfast Club.
South Carolina. When did you grow up there?
My whole life. I didn't move to New York till 2006. So I understand exactly
2006.
what you're saying.
But I actually think a lot of what I'm saying is specific to. I think the country is in a different place today even than it was in the 90s and 2000s. I grew up in Southwest Ohio in the 1990s.
Oh.
Very different environment.
Wow. So this guy really is American. Like, grew up in Southwest Ohio. That's middle America. That's,
Than it is today. But anyway, I mean it
How
as a
about
good
that?
note. I don't think that there's some sort of racist obstacle in the mind of Republican primary voters. Actually, if you look at the Republican field, even some of those other people on that poll you were mentioning, I mean, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley,
yeah.
go down the list. I mean, there's even others as well. Larry Elder, black man's running. I mean, I think
Uh-oh, don't say Larry Elder.
we'll see who ends up succeeding. But whoever it is, I don't think it's going to be a racial bias that holds me back.
Why should people vote for you?
Yeah, so I'm somebody who is coming in as an outsider to the system. And I think in the White House,
Oh boy, he said system. Oh Jesus, that's their
when
fallback.
it comes to the White House, if we really want to reform a lot of the corruption in government,
Username Mina1 says the volume seems a bit low. Is the volume low? Do I need to turn up the volume on the video, guys? Just let me know.
it is going to take an outsider to get that job done. I'm 37. I'm the first millennial ever to run
Wow.
for president as a Republican.
Wow, he is young, 37.
And I think I have a view on our generation of what's going on in the country, where we are all so hungry for a cause, for purpose and meaning and identity. But the things that used to give us that sense of purpose, faith, patriotism, family, hard work, these things are out.
Okay.
And that's why we latch on to fill in the blank. I mean, in conservative circles, a lot of us will point to wokeism, gender ideology,
Right.
the climate cult,
Right.
COVIDism. But you could fill in the blank with depression, anxiety,
Sure, right.
drug use, suicide. I think these are symptoms of a deeper
It's all good, username one.
hunger for purpose and meaning in our country. And so in some ways, I'm running as a member of my generation to say that we can fill that void with the things that actually give us real purpose.
Wow,
Revive
listen to this
family
guy.
in
Whoa,
America.
whoa,
That's
wow.
actually a big part of my
Damn.
platform.
Okay, now.
What allowed me to achieve success. My parents gave me a great family foundation.
Bingo, did you guys hear it? That's what allowed me to have great success. My parents allowed me to have great success. They gave me a little bit, they gave me a good upbringing. You see that? You see that? This is the difference. This is the difference between Black America and other communities in this country. If Vivek Ramaswamy was born Vivek Johnson, and he happens to be black, he probably doesn't achieve the level of success that he achieves. I'm not saying that he couldn't, but when you are born to a single mother household, you are already behind the eight ball. A lot of people like to point to LeBron James as the lighthouse, the example of here's what your life can look like. Here's what your life can look like if you were raised by a single mother. No. LeBron was successful. LeBron is successful not because of his single mother, Gloria. He was and is successful in spite of Gloria James. Need I remind you that Gloria James, LeBron's mother, had a sexual affair with one of LeBron James's teammates, Delonte West. That right there just speaks to that. To me, that just speaks to the kind of person that single mothers and Gloria James are. She's a hoe. She was a hoe. And hoes only worry about themselves.
I didn't grow up in money. We're trying to give that to my two
There
kids
you
as
go.
well. I want that to be enjoyed by Americans across the country. Belief in the country, national pride. Less than 16% of Gen Z even says they're proud to be an American.
Wait. What? Whoa. Wait a minute.
Less than 16% of Gen Z even says they're proud to be an American.
Did this man just, he said less than 16% of Gen Z says that they're proud to be an American. That's a problem. That's a problem. I said this in my Megan Rapinoe video a couple of weeks ago. America is look, man, this is the greatest country in the world in terms of economics, opportunity, etc., right? But we have the most abundance of any country in the world, yet we are the least patriotic by a long shot. We have people who come from second and third world countries. They sing their national anthems with pride. They're very patriotic. People from Cuba. People from Cuba still wave the Cuban flag, even though everybody hates Fidel Castro, who may or may not be dead right now. Right? But we here in America, we have such decadence here and such opportunity, but we are the least patriotic country in the world. It blows my mind. 16%. That's incredible.
I'm not making this one up. This is about a month ago. There was a good survey. 60% of young Americans said that they would sooner give up their right to vote than to give up access to TikTok or other social media.
Are you kidding me?
There's a good survey. 60% of young Americans said that they would sooner give up their right to vote than to give up access to TikTok or other social media.
Oh my God. 60%. Is that, let me rewind it. I just want to make sure we're talking about adults here.
There's a good survey. 60% of young Americans said that they would sooner give up their right to vote than to give up access to TikTok or other social media.
You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. 60% of young Americans say that they would sooner give up their right to vote over giving up TikTok or Instagram or Twitter, other social media. That's where our priorities are, guys. That is exactly where our priorities are. But then they want to lose their minds when Pearl says women shouldn't vote. Well, what are you worried about the privilege of voting for? When you'd rather have access to TikTok and Instagram, what does voting mean to you anyway?
That's a problem. So
Hell
I think we have a
yeah, that's a
crisis
problem.
of national pride.
That's a
Whose
People
fault
are-
is that, though? That's America's fault. That's the
It is.
system's fault for
Here we
constantly
go.
failing the people.
Well, you know, I see it. I see it less about. We could allocate the.
See, here we go. Charlemagne the God. Well, that's America's fault for constantly failing the people. Charlemagne the God is not intelligent. He is out of his depth. I'm not trying to say this to be mean-spirited. I'm not trying to crack on the guy. I'm not trying to attack his character by any stretch of the imagination. Look, good for him. He's a black man married to a black woman. He has black children. He has a family. He's taking care of his kids. Good for him, and I mean that in all sincerity. But Charlemagne the God appears to, I'm not saying he does, he appears to lack the cerebral brawn to be able to wrap his mind around very simple concepts. He's also a constant parroter. Nothing that comes out of his mouth in these discussions or debates is ever an original thought. Everything he says is parroted. You can tell when you're in a conversation with someone. You can tell that when they say something to you with regards to whatever you're talking about, you can tell whether it's their original idea or it's just something they parroted, something they heard somebody else said. Well, that's what Charlemagne the God does, and DJ Envy. I'm assuming Charlemagne the God. He does not appear to have the requisite intelligence to have these conversations. Well, that's America's fault because it's constantly failed the people. Charlemagne, what do we like, dude? Give us examples. Don't just make these broad, sweeping generalizations that you've parroted from other people's talking points. That makes, honestly, it makes you sound stupid. Not saying that you are, but it makes you sound stupid. Yeah, username A1 on the Rumble side says, yeah, zero original thought. That's exactly right.
Blame. We can talk about allocating the blame. I think there's blame to go around. I think it's up to all of us to take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask ourselves, what is that vacuum in our heart? It's an old saying that goes, if there's a hole the size of God in your heart and God does not fill it, something else will instead. I think the same applies for belief in a nation as well.
You know, you guys know my stance on religion, man. I'm not the most religious guy in the world. My position on religion is I don't know what happens when we die. I don't know what's going to happen to me when I die. I really don't. I would love to think that there is a heaven. I perish the thought of a hell. If there's a hell, trust me, I've done enough to earn my way there. But to be honest with you guys, I'd give anything to feel religious again. I'd give anything to feel that way again. But I just don't. The older I get, the more. Anyway, I'm not the most religious guy in the world, but I will say this. I totally endorse anyone dedicating their life to religion. If you want to live your life by religious ideals, because Devin and I, we have this conversation all the time. All religions, many different religions around the world, right? They all have their different rituals and policies and things of that nature. But most religions are fundamentally the same in that just be good people, take care of your family, don't kill, don't steal, take care of your kids, be good to your wife, follow your husband, obey your parents, just be good people. So if that's what people want to lean on, whether it's the Bible or the Quran, I'm good with that.
So I think what's going on is we're human beings. What makes us different from animals is that we can believe. We need to believe in something bigger than ourselves.
That's powerful, man.
And when we lose
really
God
smart.
and family and country, we start believing in new false gods instead. That's what's going on in the country. And so I don't know that it's so much a question of fault, but more a question of how do we actually revive our sense of self-confidence and
it's
pride.
definitely a question of fault. I can absolutely blame white supremacy.
Oh my God.
Really?
Jesus Christ. I swear, dude, every time I try to give Charlemagne the benefit of the doubt, every time I don't want to think this guy is low IQ. I really don't, man. But Charlemagne makes it really difficult sometimes. Well, I just blame it on white supremacy. No original thought. No original thought whatsoever. Just, I blame white supremacy and racism. Dude, we're what? We're 6 minutes into this interview already.
Yeah.
See,
did you hear how I said, yeah, like it's just so obvious. Jesus.
say more, and then I'll respond to that.
I mean, just look at the history of the country.
Look at the history of the country. God damn, man. I'm sure Charlemagne is intelligent on some level. I'm trying. I don't want to be mean-spirited, but it does not appear that he's just not qualified to have these discussions. He's qualified to have discussions on culture and all that good stuff. Politics, no way, man. Like,
It's really just that simple for me.
It's really that simple for
The country
me.
has never fulfilled its promises of freedom, liberty, and justice for all.
Says the multimillionaire who hosts one of the most successful podcasts ever, who has a wife, a family, kids, all the money that he could ever want. It is amazing. Look, man, if you're broke, if you're in the hood and you're dirt poor, okay, I can see how you would maybe have a gripe. And even then, you really don't have a gripe because you're in control of all of your decisions. But it's amazing to me that people who benefit from the laws and policies of this country complain about the laws and policies of this country. Well, America hasn't fulfilled its promise. What do you call yourself? You're living the American dream. You were born in, ass crack, South Carolina. Now you live in New York City. You're a celebrity. You've got money. You've got a family. You couldn't do, dude. You could name another country where you could go from where he was to where he is now in that amount of time. Name it. This is why people are kicking down our borders trying to get here, because this is the land of opportunity. Nope, not according to Charlemagne. It's white supremacy and racism. That's why we're oppressed. Really? You're oppressed. With your 7 to 8 figure bank account, you're still complaining. Got it.
It's always been freedom, liberty, and justice for some. And usually that some is white people.
So here's what I would say in
Oh my
response to
God.
that.
See, freedom, justice, and liberty for some, and usually it does white people. Not an original thought. Not an original thought comes out of this man's mouth when he talks politics. It's incredible.
That is obviously true that the nation has fallen short of our promise since our founding. But walk through some obvious facts about America. We're not founded on an ethnicity or a monarch or a food or even a religion. We're founded on a set of ideals that brought a group of people together in 1776, and we live by those ideals. At least we aspire to those ideals today. A nation that aspires to ideals that's not made up of gods, but made up of human beings, will always fall short of those ideals. So I think our worst hypocrisies as a country, and we have many of them, our worst hypocrisies are our best evidence that we have ideals at all.
Wow.
You take a look at other countries. Nobody ever calls the Chinese Communist Party a hypocrite, or China a hypocrite, or Iran a hypocrite.
Right, because they're like, hey, we're socialist, like we're communist. Nobody accuses Cuba of hypocrisy. Nah, Cuba's like, nah, man, we are communist. We are communist to the bone. No one accuses Russia of hypocrisy. We're communists, man. Like, real talk. Bread lines and all that.
Why is that? Because to be a hypocrite, you at least had to have ideals in the first place.
Wow, this
But
guy.
I
And so we're imperfect, but we are about the pursuit of a more perfect union, the pursuit of happiness. America's about the pursuit. And so I think that trashing ourselves, I think we are,
The reason I
actually.
say that is because, we never were included in those ideals originally. Like,
Originally. But never and not originally are two different things. Originally,
Thank
that's
you.
true. Over 250 years of progress, if you had somebody who was in 1870 looking at the world we live in today, if you had somebody in 1960 who was looking at the world we live in today, as
it'd
it
be very
relates to
different.
race in America, we would be darn close to what they would have thought of as the promised land.
Bingo.
So I think we have to recognize that America is about that pursuit. We're a lot further along than we were 250 years ago.
Of course.
And here's the other thing, too. We got to set our expectations. We will always fall short of our ideals. By definition, if there are human beings and not gods living in a nation that aspires to ideals,
All right,
we are
well-
fallen. Man is fallen. That's what makes us who we are. But what also makes us different from animals is that we have ideals. So
Okay,
America's
all right.
founded on our
I'll buy
humanity.
that.
We can believe and aspire to something that we will still fall short of. That's what makes this country beautiful. And that's why
Truchino says there are a lot of stories about him in South Carolina surfacing about his skeletons. I mean, look, I've got skeletons, right? You guys know all about my skeletons. Bad checks, Jesus, I mean, good God, bad checks, fights, multiple time convicted felon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As far as I'm concerned, man, and like I said, Jordan Belfort, and I made a mistake in the montage. He didn't spend 22 years in prison. He spent 22 months. Freudian slip on my part. But I try not to look as a man who's made many mistakes in my life. I try not to attack the character of someone based on them committing crimes. Now, where I draw the line is when you start committing crimes against children. Now, if you're committing crimes against children, and I'm not going to sit here and stand on my moral high horse, but that's where I draw the line. If you hurt children, if you hurt children, I'm not. No, sorry, I got nothing for you. That's where I draw the line. But if Charlemagne the God knocked some dude out, or he, attack, I mean, other than child stuff, I don't really care.
that's what
Right Up with the $5 super chat says, you can't trust Charlemagne or Envy. They have compromised their masculinity. It appears that they have. Oh, yeah. Big Wude Samaj back in the house after a while. Says he just wants to be a victim so bad. It is hard to be a victim as Charlemagne the God. Like, think of the life you live, and you're still trying to be the victim. It's incredible. It's incredible.
why I'm in this. You ask me why am I in this? I care about reviving pride in that nation, because if
Right.
we get into the habit of just bashing that country, what are we bashing? We're bashing the last best hope that man has
Real
for
talk.
aspiring to those ideals.
There
Tell
you
me
go.
who else has done better. I'll wait.
I don't think I'm bashing the country. I think I'm bashing.
Did he just say, I'll wait? Damn. Vivek's got a little flavor to him.
The system.
Okay.
I want to change. I want.
Oh, did he? See, it's all, the system. So now he sounds like
I
Tezlin.
want to change the system. That's
Well,
what I
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on changing the system. It's
And how, pray tell, do you do that, DJ Envy? DJNV, Charlemagne. Look, I understand. Look, if you want to change the system, fine. If you want to change the system, fine. But, and, like, stay with me here. This is where Abuela Jen is kind of right about a certain part of our community. A lot of guys do nothing but complain about women. A lot of them do nothing but complain about women. Turd flinging monkey, the zombie chronic, what is he, dead, chronic dead zombies, or whatever the hell his name is. Taylor the Fiend. There are just so many channels that do nothing but, okay, we got it. We get it. American women are lost, blah, 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 blah. What are we going to do about it? What are the solutions? Well, DJ Envy is like these black pill and low-level MGTOW guys. We got to change the system. The system's broken, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we got it. We get it. Nobody's arguing that. But what are the suggestions in terms of changing the system? What do you say? If you're going to say the system needs to be changed, that's fine. But let's start talking about the ideas. Let's start offering solutions instead of just bitching about the system.
What brings me into this?
And what's your thoughts on some of the people that you're running against, Donald Trump and DeSantis? What are your thoughts on them and their leadership and what they've done for the country so far?
You know, I think everybody's made their respective contributions. I respect some things about what each of them have done. I think the Republican Party, I tell this to conservative audiences all the time, obsesses over the question of the who. You know, Ronna McDaniel, she was the chair of the Republican Party versus somebody else, or Kevin McCarthy or somebody else, or Donald Trump or somebody else.
Suffolk's Finest on the Rumble site says, DJ Envy lets his woman get smashed on vacation while he was home with the kids. I certainly hope that's not true. This is a superficial discussion versus actually just taking a step back, and the Republican Party does not do this enough. What do we stand for, and why do we stand for it? Right, wow.
Actually, a lot of my criticisms are also directed at the fact that we define ourselves, when I say we, I'm running as a Republican, but as a party in opposition to something. All right, that's what Joe Biden did. That's what the radical left does.
Ah, yes.
And race.
A lot of people said that people who voted for Biden were really just voting against Trump, right? That's really what it comes down to. And that's fine. Listen, you can vote based on whatever criteria you want. It's a free country. You can vote. I mean, hell, if you only vote for blonde-haired candidates, cool. If you only vote for candidates with black, fine. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me, right? But it appears, and I'm not looking at their body language or anything like that. It appears that he is making sense to DJ Envy and Charlemagne. Envy and Charlemagne are men. And men, we do have the ability to reason and compartmentalize our facts, our feelings from the facts. We'll see. We'll see if that happens from here on out. Edward Cross, $5 super chat says, "If you don't like America, leave. The Breakfast Club is vote blue, no matter who." I agree. A lot of people complain, "Oh, I hate America," and da 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 da. Look, man, America's not perfect. But I am. Look, man, and this is just me. This is just me flexing my This is just me flexing my patriotism. There's a reason why. I have an American flag tattooed on me. There's a reason why. Because I love my country. America is the reason why I'm able to sit in a $125,000 studio and run my mouth and make money for a living. You can't do that anywhere else, especially not as a black man, right? That's just the way I see it. Me personally, I am proud. I am proud to be an American, and I don't care who knows it.
Gender, sexuality, climate. I'm opposed to a lot of these ideologies of identity, but the right falls into the trap of just saying we're not those things, and then we'll fight about which biographies win. I'm actually a bigger and more accomplished person than you, and I'm going to sling mud at you.
Yeah.
Versus asking the question of, what do we actually stand for? For me, it's about individual, family, nation, God. You can agree or disagree, but at least that's a vision that's different from a vision of identity grounded on race and gender and sexuality.
Roadblock 85 says that's 100% true. She went on a month-long, quote, girls trip. Oh, no.
Climate. And so that's a long way of saying, I guess, what I see is deficient in the field, and entire Republican field, including...
T-Light18 says, Donovan, I know you're not into political content, but you should have watched the speech he made in Hawaii. Oh, boy. Are you talking about Vivek or Envy?
Candidates you mentioned they're all running from something.
Okay.
And I'm in this race because I want us to run to something.
What is that something?
a vision of what it means to be American.
Attaboy.
Okay?
Very
Revive
good.
the ideals of 1776.
There we go.
Revive the truth.
I like this guy. I really do. I like this guy, man. I like that he is, dude. I don't know, man. To me, I like candidates. I like candidates that are proud to be Americans, man.
Meritocracy, excellence, freedom of speech, rule of law.
Damn right.
A radical idea. This is not a Democrat or Republican
Oh, Joe Biden. Okay.
idea that the people we elect to run the government ought to at least be the ones who actually run the government. That's not the case today. You want to talk about fixing the system?
Oh, yes, yes.
You want to talk about one of the myths where we fall short of our ideals? We're taught in school that we have 3 branches of government.
Right. Judicial, wait a minute. Okay, sorry about that. The legislative, judicial, and executive. And yes, now I know enough about politics. To know that, yeah, the 3 branches of government have very little to do with the things that are run. Right? The government doesn't really run the country. I think it's run by, you know what? I don't want to speculate because I don't want to sound ignorant, but I know enough to know that the government, the three branches of government, they don't have as much influence on the way the country is run as they would lead us to believe.
They're irrelevant compared to who actually runs the government.
Right.
It's a 4th branch of government of 3-letter agencies in Washington, D.C.
There you go.
That is a formula for corruption.
There you go. There it
Corruption we
CIA, FBI,
yeah, that's
NSA.
the system
Okay.
we need to break
All right.
down.
Who those 3?
I mean, you could go down the list. SEC, FDA,
Oh,
EPA,
yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
TSA.
Oh, yeah.
The
yeah,
thousands, the tens of thousands of government bureaucrats working in Washington, D.C., they're the ones who actually make the laws. It's not Congress. And that's a formula. And those people aren't elected. Nobody elected
No, they're
them.
not.
They're protected by these what are called civil service protections, which
Oh,
means
my
even the
God.
president, technically, under many people's beliefs, can't.
You want to know what that is right? You want to know what that environment is right for? Dude, and we wonder why there's so much corruption. It's because we have people running the country who are not voted in. We've said this for years. It's all really just a bunch of figureheads.
Fire them. That's the permanent state, what many in the right will call the deep state. I think
Yep.
that's a problem.
Yep.
I think that falls short of
Yes,
our
sir.
ideals. I think the same FBI that threatened Martin Luther King with suicide on the
Yep.
back of incorrectly collected tapes is now committing, I would say, hypocrisy and,
Yep.
and corrupt actions
Absolutely.
against people of a different political persuasion
There you
that
go.
the FBI doesn't like today. I just think it's a formula for corruption when you have unelected bureaucrats that
Bingo.
are actually setting policy.
Wow, I knew I liked this dude. This guy is awesome. Man, this guy is awesome.
But that's a detail compared to my point, which is we need to revive the ideals that the nation was actually founded on and do a better job of aspiring to them.
Good job. That one, Carlos, on the YouTube site says, even if you don't like his views, you can't say he's being shady or dodging questions or platforms. Like him or not, it appears that Vivek Ramaswamy is a genuine dude.
We have Tezlin Figaro. I'm sure Tezlin has some questions. Tez, you good?
Yes, I,
Oh,
I
no.
do.
Oh, boy. Here we
so
go.
I've heard a lot of
Here we go.
what you think and your vision, and I'm a very practical person, and I want to kind of oppose to talking about
You are not practical, Tezlin.
your opponents. Let's talk about you for a moment, and let's actually talk about your policy. Explain to me your position on this civic duty voting.
Sure. So my position is
That's a good question.
I think that every kid who graduates from high school should know the minimums about the country that we require an immigrant to know
Thank
about
you.
the country in order to become a citizen. So there's a
Wow.
test.
Imagine that.
My mom had to pass it. Every immigrant has to pass it to
Right,
this
right, right.
country. That asks you some basic questions. What are the 3 branches of government?
Yep.
What branch of government does the U.S. president lead? Some
Executive.
basic questions
Yeah, right.
about what is the Bill of Rights. It's like a multiple choice exam, or some of them you write in. I think that if we're going to ask immigrants to pass that test, as we should, I think every 18-year-old who graduates from high school should have to pass that as well.
Wow.
Because young people, it goes back to that issue of pride. You don't value a country that you don't know something about. You don't value something you inherit.
Whoa! Whoa! Wow! Wow! That is, to me, and I know that's not profound, but that's incredibly profound in this context. And that might have to do that right there. The fact that a lot of Gen Zers are essentially ignorant about the country. Maybe if they knew more about the country, they'd have more skin in the game. What did he say? 16% of Gen Zers, only 16% of Gen Zers say that they're proud to be Americans. Well, maybe if they actually were educated on what America really was and what America really stands for, and just the straight facts, how the government works and how taxes work and all that good stuff, at that point, maybe they'd be more inclined to be a little bit more patriotic. Cigarman85 with the $5 super chat says, I know. He says, I know trifling Figaro has to be a switch hitter. No man who is worth his salt is going to deal with her arse. Yeah. That's, I cannot, look, I've been wrong before. I can't imagine any man taking Tezlin Figaro seriously for a relationship of consequence. I just don't see it.
You value something you have a stake in creating.
Bingo!
In
Wow, this guy is really good.
So how do we think big about this? Well, young people, as I told you, most of them, very few of them vote as it stands today. Super small numbers. And apparently 60% of them say they would rather give up their right to vote than give up TikTok. Well, I say, all right, let's take that to the next level. How about we do something that raises the voting age from 18 to 25?
Ooh, whoa.
But you still get to vote at 18. Mm-hmm. If you just pass that same civics test that an immigrant has to pass in order to vote. And tests aren't for everybody, so be it. Then you at least serve in the military or a first responder role for 6 months.
This is actually, now obviously if this were to be enacted, there would have to be some adjustments made, right? Because when we're 18 years old, we're kids. The first president, dude, I voted every year before I started catching felonies. I'm a convicted felon, I can't vote. But I voted for, when I was 18 years old, never forget, the very first president I voted for was Bill Clinton. It was Bill Clinton. I was proud to go and be able to vote. But, and how can I put this? I thought I made an informed decision. But I didn't know nearly as much as I needed to. But I remember Darcy's, my ex-wife Darcy, her father actually used to say all the time, he used to say that, hey man, he says, I think that all high school graduates, male and female, should be required to join the military for at least 2 years. It helps you to grow up. It teaches you responsibility, et cetera, et cetera. Don't know how that would play, but it made sense. What Ramaswamy is saying here is that, hey, look, until you have developed your brain, until you're 25 years old, or you can prove that you know about how the country runs, you shouldn't vote. You shouldn't vote. And I totally agree. I think that you should definitely raise not just the voting age, but the voting maturity level. If you as an 18-year-old, if you can pass that Ramaswamy test, hey, welcome to the ballot box. But if you can't, then you don't really know what you're voting for.
That's my civic duty voting proposal. And the reason is, I'll actually make a prediction. I think youth voting in this country will skyrocket. From a very low level right now, it will skyrocket because you value something you actually have to earn.
Wow,
and I think that this
there
is not
you
a left-wing
go.
or right-wing point.
Nope.
We all have duties as citizens, right? We aspire to free market capitalism, right?
Yes.
Materialist advance. And that's the life I've lived as well, by the way. My parents came to this country with not a lot of money. I've lived the American dream. I've made a lot of money by building businesses. That's one side of what it means to be an American.
Right.
But part of it is we also have duties to this country. Right. And I think the more we wake that up, actually, the voting age only became 18 in 1971 in the context of the Vietnam draft.
Yeah, right.
So I just think...
that was the campaign was old enough to fight, old enough to vote. And that's why they lowered the voting age to 18.
Reviving those ideas is going to be good for us.
A lot. So let's prove your point. Nick, our camera guy.
He says, okay, do you guys just see what happened here? Look, listen. You notice that all three of these people were silent as Ramaswamy was answering the question, right? I think Tezlin asked a genuine question. Hey, civic duty, go. But I guess DJ Envy was like, okay, wait a minute. You've proved your point. You're too right. Let's just move to the next question.
Actually, the voting age only became 18 in 1971 in the context of the Vietnam draft. So I just think reviving those ideas is going to be good for us.
A lot. So let's prove your point. Nick, our camera guy, do you know the three branches of the federal government?
Nick is over 24, so it don't matter.
But I'm just saying, but nobody knows there are 24. Red, do you know the three branches?
Executive.
Well, I got a test. I got a
That's what I'm
test.
saying.
I would like to see if you're willing to pass, because I believe in, just as you believe in civic engagement.
Oh my God. I just know this is going to be. I just know this is just going to be dumpster juice. So now Tezlin Figaro has a test she's going to administer. Ay, 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 ay.
I believe in changing the ideas of what political opponents look like, what they should look like, or political candidates. Are you willing to take a test with me quickly? Because I just have a couple of questions for you.
I will. Absolutely.
So just
And it looks like her green screen game. Looks like her green screen game has improved since last time. So, shout out to Tezlin Figaro for upgrading her green screen game.
The way this is opening up, I have a feeling I'm about to fail it, but that's good. Let's do it.
That's right. Yeah. Just for clarity, I am an independent. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
Cool.
I think that's important for the.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. Gentlemen, do you know what that is? That is a disclaimer. That is a disclaimer. I don't know, and I haven't really watched too many political pundits, but only far left-leaning people say I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Somebody please, and I'm asking you genuinely, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, or I've never heard of any conservatives saying, well, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. It's only the far lefties. Please correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
Premise of the argument, because I know you did a lot of debating at Harvard. I also want to make it clear that these are the same questions that I asked liberal Democrat Marianne Williamson. So I want to make sure that we put that.
Oh, stop it. See, here we go. I'm going to ask you these questions. So Marianne Williamson, I'm assuming, is a black woman. So she would have us believe that she administered this same test to another black woman. Okay.
Out there as well.
If somebody can find me a link to that video, I'd like to check that out.
Just to kind of set the foundation for the test.
I'm open to being humbled. Let's do this.
Okay, great. Let's go. So you mentioned, the pride of being an American and how important it is to have pride in this country. I'm also a veteran, by the way, for the United States Air Force. So when is it?
Okay, well, now that I didn't know. Okay, so she served in the Air Force. Good for her. All right, okay. I'm not mad at that.
That you voted for the first time?
I voted in 2020.
Okay, so you're how old again?
I'm 37 years old.
So for how many years you sat around and did not get involved?
There we go, already. Do you see that? So for how many years you sat around? Do you see how she characterized this? So we can already see that Tezlin is going to be combative. We can already see that Tezlin is going to be... Oh, I Am Labib says, no, Marianne is an ultra-white SJW author. Oops. Guess I was wrong about that. But you guys see already how she's characterizing the fact that he didn't vote until just recently. So you just sat around. That's just sat around. Why are we characterizing this as just sat around? Well, the reason why is because she's just going to be combative. It appears that she is going to be that way.
Involved at all in any civic engagement? Is that my understanding?
A long time is the answer. And actually, that's what I wrote this book about. I'm not holding myself out as some sort of model. I'm actually offering myself as a self-reflection of my journey as a citizen, to whom this country has given much, right? As an adult, when you have kids, it changes your perspectives. I'm very honest about that. Absolutely.
Okay, no problem. So let's go deeper into the self-reflection. So you've sat around for, and sir, I'm being as respectful as I possibly can. Please don't take anything
and you don't even have to be. And you don't even have to be. So take it off and let's go.
So you've been sitting around.
This is so funny. This is so funny. She's reading her own press clippings and comments at this point. I don't mean any disrespect. I don't mean this. Well, that's exactly. Anytime a black woman says, and I mean this respectfully, it's always followed by disrespect. Let's see if I'm wrong here.
In the country that my ancestors built for about 20 years. Your parents came over as immigrants.
Wait, huh? Her ancestors built this country? I don't understand. I don't understand what she's talking about there. I don't understand what she's talking about there. Her ancestors built this country, yet she hates America.
Immigrants brought you over. You made millions, according to your resume, off of this country, and you have absolutely not been involved in civics. One, not voting, and two, let me just ask, because I know you mentioned earlier you don't.
So she says he sat around and used the country, made money off the country. Everything that comes out of this woman's mouth is combative. Everything that comes out of this woman's mouth is combative. You could tell this woman, I had milk and cookies for breakfast. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Sharpe. What did you have for breakfast this morning? Well, I didn't really have time for breakfast. I just got done working out. So, I just, some milk and cookies, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you basically shoveled a bunch of sugar down your throat, right? You shoveled a bunch of chocolate and sugar down your throat, which is probably clogging your arteries. You're probably setting a bad example for your kids and da-da-da-da-da. Is that accurate? No matter what you say to Tezlin Figaro, she is always going, it's almost like when you tell her something, the way she sees it and regurgitates it, it's like a picture negative, right? You know what a negative of a picture looks like. It's like white and black and all that other kind of stuff. That's what Tezlin Figaro does. She takes what you say and she makes it into a negative. She sees all of the pluses or minuses, and all the minuses are now pluses, except she doesn't acknowledge the pluses. It does not matter. Yes, there you go. Marriage causes says these 304s will always complain and moan and groan. Remember, she told Larry Elder he was moaning and groaning. He didn't moan and groan. No, he was simply pointing out the fact that Gavin Newsom needed to be replaced and impeached and all that. That's not moaning and groaning. That is the same thing as Abuela Jennifer, Grandma Jen on the block with Jen. Well, guys sit around and bitch and complain and da-da-da-da-da-da. No, that's not what we do. Some people do. But all she hears is us complaining.
I want to sit around at the debate and talk about accomplishments. Let's make the accomplishments pretty simple. In high school, were you ever a class president or take any leadership role? Because your opponent did, Chris Christie. He was the class president. So have you ever taken any leadership at all on?
What the fuck does being a class president have to do with being qualified to run for office in this country? Seriously? Did she just ask him, were you a class president? Does she think that if you weren't a class president, that you can't be the president of the United States? Has every politician been a class? What are we doing? This isn't high school. This is high school. What are we doing?
On anything or just?
Can I just correct a couple factual things that are kind of important? My parents didn't bring me over to the country. I was born in this country, and I'm proud of that.
No, I know you were born here in Ohio.
Yeah.
Ohio.
You mentioned my parents.
I'm saying your parents were immigrants.
No. No, you said no, Tezlin. You said your parents brought you over. That's what you said. See, I'm paying attention to what she says now because Tezlin contradicts herself all the time. I didn't say that. Yes, I did say that. No, I said this. No, she said your parents brought you over. That's what she said. Vivek corrected her. He said, look, I was born and raised in Southeast Ohio, so my parents didn't bring me over, right? And what Tezlin was trying to do there is she's trying to make him look like an outsider, trying to make him look like an immigrant. You are from another country running for office in our country. No, Vivek Ramaswamy is a red-blooded American. He is American. He was born and raised in America. He has American sensibilities. He's an American.
My apologies.
And that's all right. You said your parents brought you over to this country. I thought I
my
would set that
apologies.
record straight.
I mean, they were immigrants, but let's not go down the water hole.
No, we're not going to water.
But let's not go down the water hole. See, anytime somebody gets her on something, let's not go down the water hole.
I just want to correct a couple facts, and then the other thing is
you were born here in Ohio.
I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's right.
Right. So you've been here your entire life. So the question is, did you take any leadership role in middle school, high school, class president?
I did.
How can anyone take... I don't understand how anyone can take this woman seriously. I really don't. This woman is asking a presidential candidate about his service record in middle school. I don't know what that has to... I mean, look, okay, reference-wise, maybe you're a leader of people, but that's not really leadership. That doesn't just because you weren't the class president in 6th or 7th or 8th grade doesn't mean you're not qualified to run for president.
You play tennis. What is it? Explain it to us.
Student council. But, you know, I
there we
think
go.
that this is the...
Student council. There it is. All right. Well, there it is. All right.
Yes, I have held leadership roles over my life, but those don't qualify me to do what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Those don't qualify me. And look at the look on his face. He's like,
really, nigga?
well, he can't say it, so I will. Really, nigga?
It kind of does.
Okay,
Well, it kind of does. Well, I'm giving the test. I'm the test
It kind of does.
administrator.
all right, there you go.
So it kind of does, because when you go from saying I want to go to the highest office,
And I'll tell
of
you,
the land-
I've led companies as well. Is the other leader?
Right,
The
well,
main leadership
right, but-
role I've played is and I want to talk about one early part of your premise that I also want to say, to bring it to the country point. The other point, you use the word sitting around. You know, I'm not somebody who's saying I want the next generation, my kids' generation, to have more civic duties when they graduate from high school and college than I did when I did. That being said, I wasn't sitting around.
Thank you.
I've developed medicines, 5 of which are FDA-approved products today, one of which is a life-saving therapy in kids, 20 of whom die by the age of 3 if they're not treated, 70% of whom now live lives of a normal duration. Another one for prostate cancer. So I don't apologize.
Holy shit. Wow. This dude is a G, man. This dude is a G. Okay. So he ran a pharmaceutical company. I think that qualifies him.
Apologize
excuse
for
me,
making
sir.
contributions, but
right. Well, I don't want you to filibuster that
No worries.
because
Just
that's
not
not
sitting-
the question that I asked, and I don't consider as a veteran. I'm talking about service. I'm not talking about what you
Civic
did for
service,
profit.
Okay, he didn't serve in the military. So she thinks that because she served in the Air Force that she is qualified to tell presidential candidates whether they are or not qualified. Rida with another $5 super chat says, never trust a man-faced female. Okay. I agree. Dre Raven with the $5 super chat says, I was junior class secretary. My election platform was vote for me because I have a dog. Class office doesn't mean shit. I just don't understand. I don't.
I'm not talking about what you paid people to do with
Yeah,
your
so
company.
I've
I'm
not
not talking
served-
about
I've
that
not served the country
because that
in the way
means
you have.
nothing to me.
You do
what I'm
realize
talking,
she
what
hasn't
I
been
am
able to ask a question. She's been trying to
Go
ask
for
a
it,
question,
yeah.
and you've been talking over her.
I'm
and
all ears.
We gave you the platform.
No, Envy. She asked him a question and he tried to answer it, but she keeps cutting him off. What are we doing here? This is
let you
crazy.
say
A
what
little
you said.
defensive.
I'm all ears.
she
No,
hasn't-
I was
she
just
hasn't-
correcting.
Defensive. He just said it. I'm correcting the record. How you can't characterize someone as like Tezlin Figaro is sitting here telling this man that you are not qualified to run for president because you were never a class president. How's he supposed? What's he supposed to say? Okay, yeah, I guess you're right. No, he has to defend himself. This is yes. T-Law says every time he answers, she changes up her questions. Yeah, that's her move. She did that with Larry Elder. She says, "What system have we been in charge of?" Larry Elder talked about Baltimore, the superintendent, the chief of police, the president, the governor, all that other kind of stuff. Then she switched her question. What institution have we built from the ground up and run? And then she kept moving the goalpost. This is what she does.
She
A
hasn't
couple
had a chance
facts.
to
That's
ask a
all.
question yet. Every
Go
time
ahead,
she
Ted,
tries
ask
to
the
ask a
question.
question, you've been cutting her off. Good.
I'm all ears.
Right. So your question. So my question again is: you're trying to your goal is to raise the standard, and you're saying you want people to believe in country, and you want people to have civic engagement. And sir, I just find it very telling that you haven't had any civic engagement at all, and haven't been at all. And when I say sit around, I don't mean you haven't done anything. I'm talking about
Well, then, if that's not what you meant, you should have said so. Because you said you've sat around 2-3 times. And you did not define that. You didn't say, well, when I say sit around, that I'm not saying that you didn't do anything. No, she didn't say that. She says you've been sitting around. She said it 3 times.
in regards to service, because one thing about political office, the same way that you want to change how people look at politics and look at this country, I want to change how people look at politicians. And when I see that someone hasn't did anything at all to be of service,
Oh, my God. Hasn't did anything at all?
politicians, and when I see that someone hasn't did anything
Oh, wow. Guys, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. Tezlin Figueroa is fucking dumb. We get that. But I also made what I thought was the mistake, saying she's uneducated. I thought that maybe she had a degree. And let's just assume that she does. She doesn't even speak proper English. She doesn't speak proper English. It's what you've done. Let's listen to this again. Guys, I'm telling you, you can tell a lot about a person by the way they speak.
Country. I want to change how people look at politicians. And when I see that someone hasn't did anything
Someone hasn't did
at all to be a service to mankind, to take a leadership role. It's not good enough to just be on city student council. Were you a leader? All of that applies.
He said that he was on student council. Now she wants to change the goalpost again. Tezlin, he led a company. He led a company. He has been a leader. Like, this man is this is insane. This man just said, I've run a corporation, started my corporation, pharmaceuticals, life-saving drugs, prostate cancer, saving kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, but were you class president? Like, how stupid does that sound right now? Like, why? I don't know why anyone takes this woman seriously. I really don't. Roadblock85 with the $20 super chat says, Don, she's hung up on the class president BS because in high school, that's a popularity contest, which aligns with how these leftists think. Everything is clout and wokeness, no merit. Wow. Very good. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
Have you been able to get anybody in the room at any time, from a high school gymnasium to Ohio, Republican leadership there to now? Have you been able to get anybody in a room to believe in this vision?
Yes. His pharmaceutical company. What? I don't know what she's... I think she's trying to say that Vivek just isn't qualified. This doesn't make any sense.
I don't agree with a lot of your vision statement, but I do know you've been going around having these discussions and getting everybody emotionally worked up to talk about vision and debate. But I want to get to the practical. You're trying to go from preschool to president of the United States. You're skipping over city council, county council, mayor, governor. You want to go straight to the top.
Well, that's what Barack Obama did. Barack Obama won the election in 2008 as a junior senator. Ms. Figaro, do you know what a junior senator is? Huh? Do you know what a junior senator is, Ms. Figaro? Barack Obama was a junior senator. He skipped over governor and attorney general, went all the way to the White House. She didn't have a problem with it then, huh? She didn't have a problem with it then, huh?
So my question, is this a PR? Is this for the PR, the perception of reality?
Oh my God.
Can you point to any leadership where you've been able to get people to believe in what you're talking about that they're not paid to do? On any of these
that they're not paid to do. See, she keeps trying to qualify that they're not paid. So what? You expect him to rally a bunch of people and work for free?
Vision statements that you have. If not, then to me it's a moot point because you're
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, let me say it again. Oh my God. Did this woman say that it was a mute point? I hope I didn't just hear what I thought I heard.
You've been able to get people to believe in what you're talking about that they're not paid to do on any of these vision statements that you have. If not, then to me it's a moot point.
Ms. Figaro, the word you're looking for is a mute point. The word you should have said was it is a moot point. A mute point? Guys, this is... Look, man. Look. I'll try to give her a little bit of grace here because Myron mispronounces a lot of words, right? He, instead of saying preface, he says preface. Okay, all right, that's a, Freudian slip of the tongue. He's, whatever. I call an odometer an odometer. I don't know where I call it a speedometer, an odometer. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay. Myron will mispronounce, words here and there, but nobody thinks Myron's a dumbass. The dude worked for the U.S. government. The guy used to hunt terrorists. Myron's not stupid. So I'm not going to use his mispronunciation of preface or conducive when he uses conducive in the wrong way. I'm not going to use that as a referendum on his overall intelligence. Not going to do that. But we've had now 2 grammatical violations, the second one being the most egregious. If you can't speak intelligently, then you shouldn't speak. I don't get it. I don't understand how she cannot know the difference between a moot point and the word mute. Ken Rose with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that.
Because you're holding a standard that you haven't met yourself.
What?
So if you're only going to count government service, you're absolutely
No, not government
right.
service.
Okay.
Student council in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th. Were you a leader? Did you do anything to rally anybody? Did you fight for better lunch? I did in the 6th grade with Miss Harris.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about government. I can go all the way back from the 5th grade every year, sir, because people who are in service to this country, if you're going to go around saying you want people to believe in this country that I signed up to die for, then I want to make sure that you're holding that same standard. So not government, not political. Let's not get it confused. I'm saying, have you did anything of service?
Have you did anything of service? Have you done anything of service? Oh my God. Oh my God. This woman is really okay.
That we can point to say he is a good leader, like Chris. And I'm not even a fan of Chris Christie, but he was the student council president in high school. So have you done anything of service besides yourself that has not benefited yourself? It's just a simple question.
Are you kidding me? This man has created life-changing drugs through his pharmaceutical company. But because he didn't petition his principal in the 6th grade for chocolate milk and extra birthday cake for lunch, it's now a moot point. It's self-aggrandizing. It's all a big, what did she call it? She called it a big a media circus. This is insanity. Sean Moore says, how is she going to tell anyone anything with those abysmal English skills? That's a good That's a good point. That's a good question. Holy smokes. Roadblock 85, a $5 super chat, says she thinks activism is leadership. Yeah, right. This is incredible.
So the acts of service that I have performed are small, so small that I don't even want to talk about them to boast. But yes, have I volunteered for this country? Yes, I have. I've always been interested in healthcare.
It's okay to talk about the small things.
These are small things, right? But thank you.
Let's just mention
Bethesda North Hospital.
So it's really a no?
No, it's not a no. It's just
wow.
something I don't like boasting about. I
Well,
volunteered.
we're not boasting. It's an
So
interview.
there
You're
we go.
boasting on your vision and everything else.
I think
you
one of the
boasted
things-
on the millions of dollars that you made. So let's just throw it out. So
Dude, this woman is incredible. You boasted on the millions of dollars. See, when she furrows her brow like that, that's when she's being disingenuous. What are we doing? Seriously? This doesn't...
in 6th grade, I'll give you an example. I'll help you out. In 6th grade,
Oh,
Miss Harris was Let me give you an example because maybe you're confused. In the 6th grade, Miss Harris was snatching papers from everybody in the classroom. So me as a 10-year-old, I went to the principal and said, I'm tired of Miss Harris snatching papers. And I organized the students around getting Miss Harris to stop snatching papers. Now, there was a consequence for that. I got suspended for 5 days for talking back, and I got in trouble. I got a spanking, and I was on punishment for months and months. But that is a simple way of organizing people. So I want you to kind of boast about it the way you did the millions of dollars and said what you.
I've created life-saving drugs through my company. That's what he said. Then she says, my teacher was snatching up papers when I was a 5th grader. And I organized something. Like, she can't be serious with this. She can't be serious with this. Tezlin Figaro is a basic bitch. She's a basic bitch. She hasn't done anything. Pharmaceutical corporation, millions of dollars, fifth grade petition for paper snatching. What? Oh, wow.
You did with the pharmaceutical companies. What leadership can you point to that you've been able to rally anybody around anything that is of service that you did not pay anybody to do?
Oh, now listen to the, see, let's go back. This is what Tezlin Figaro does. That's all she does is just change lanes. She's disingenuous and she changed lanes. Watch.
The millions of dollars and said what you did with the pharmaceutical companies. What leadership can you point to that you've been able to rally anybody around anything that is of service that you did not pay anybody to do? I think that's important for the next president of the United States.
Sure. So I've always been drawn to healthcare. That's why I ended up founding companies in that space. When I was in high school, part of what drew me into it was that I was a volunteer at a local hospital.
OG Mammoth with the $1 Rumble rant, thank you, says, how is this an interview when he can't speak? Good question.
I actually became the leader.
Oh, boy. Anthony Richardson. Is he really Anthony. Oh, Oh, no. We are going to put that. Sorry about that. Yep.
Of that group of volunteers that actually discharged women who had recently given birth.
Well, there you go.
That was it.
Nothing big to it. Did you do anything we can point to stand out?
But
are you kidding me? Do you see every time he gives her an answer, she comes up with another layer. She changes the goalpost again. He volunteered at a hospital. Did you do anything to stand out? He volunteered at a hospital. That is standing out. I want to say something about that because I say that in the book. If I'm being really honest, why did I do that in high school? A part of the motivation, I'll be just brutally honest with you, was that's actually what allows you to get into a good college when you graduate. Is
right.
You want to check the box of community service.
So it was about you. So there was about self.
Oh my God!
And I'm admitting that in a way that very few other people do. But I got to be honest about it. That was a big part of why I did it.
Yeah, it was about self, and I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to give it back to the guys. I'm going to be honest about it with you.
Yep.
Leadership is not about self.
I agree with you on that.
What I just heard is that everything is about you. And to be honest with you, this is just a PR campaign, sir.
Oh my God, this woman!
And I think you're trying to go further to the right because you want the Republicans to accept you as a man of color. And I think the only way you think you can do that is to be so extreme.
I appreciate your opinion
with your positions, and I think you need to do a little bit more work in service. I'll give it back to you guys.
Let me failed the test, by the way. Because she did ask me a question.
Oh, you failed the test, by the way.
And then you guys said you wanted to hear a response, but I think I heard an expression of opinion.
Ooh.
So I want to make sure you're all done before I respond to it.
No, just wanting to say that even then, I would still want you to point out, even at the hospital, something that you did that made you stand out on when actually taking a leadership role. But you already answered it. You said you did it because it was a motivation to get in college.
Exactly.
Which means
it was
about you.
And I'm being very honest about that. But
everything's about
everything's about you. So he did something to increase his odds of getting into a better college, and that is selfish. Everybody's selfish, man. But even let's just say, for example, even if he didn't even want to do it, the hospital and the pregnant women that got discharged still benefited from it. Even if you do something selfishly, there are rewards for that. People do selfish things all the time. People do, well, he just did that. Well, the only reason why he built that children's hospital is to repair his image. Okay, but the children in the hospital still benefit. Well, the only reason why he rebuilt that road is because it makes him look good in the polls. Okay, it also helps the people in the community. Just because you do something that's selfish doesn't mean that other people can't benefit from it. The L Factor says, with the $5 super chat, says that's such a stupid question to waste on a presidential candidate. Like, dude, I don't know where this woman came from. I don't know how anyone can take her seriously. Ellis Keith 582 on the Rumble side says, this woman is so combative and ignorant. Dude, that's an understatement. That is an understatement. This is insanity.
Everything has been about you. So as a veteran, it's very hard for me to follow leaders that make everything about them. So you might want to work on that because it's a lot of veterans and Republicans. So you might want to work on that talking point and maybe do some volunteering while you're on the campaign trail. I'm going to give it back to Charlemagne and Envy.
Yeah. See, that's what she does. Yeah. I'm going to give it to, I just dropped the mic. This fucking bitch. Tezlin Figaro is a joke. She's an absolute joke.
Once I want to be respectful. Want to make sure you got everything you wanted to on the table before I
I
respond
got
to
plenty.
that.
If this was just us, it would be a lot more on
You
the
guys
table.
tell me. I'm the guest on your show. You tell me when I'm good to speak.
Uh-oh.
You sure? You sure about that? If we're good.
Yeah, we're sure.
Okay, there we go. See that? That's what Tezlin does. Like I said, she'll hit you with those rhetorical, goalpost-moving filibuster type questions so that you can't get a word in edgewise, and then I'll give it back to the fellas. No, Tezlin. No. Vivek is not going to let you get off that easily. And I like that he's not letting that go.
So I think there's a different worldview that we have. And I think the worldview is how one actually makes contributions in a country. I do not believe that there's a separate category of just if you're serving the country and then if you're acting in self-interest, that's somehow sinful or wrong. I reject that vision.
Abso-freaking-lutely. That's exactly what I just said. Well, not exactly. But yeah. Yes, if you are of service but is also with also self-interest, you shouldn't have to apologize for that. If you've done good for other people, it doesn't matter whether it's for self-interest or not. Here's another thing. People don't work for free. Ms. Figaro, did you volunteer for the Air Force? Did you decide to serve and willing to die for your country for no money? That would be an act of civil service, right? Every politician gets paid. The president everybody gets paid. Does that mean they're also acting in self-interest? No. That just means that nobody works for free. People's time is valuable. Just because you do something that serves your self-interest does not mean that it doesn't serve the greater good. This is crazy. The L Factor with the $5 super chat says, the story she just told about the teacher snatching papers in the 6th grade lets us know she doesn't respect authority since childhood. Typical American black woman. Yeah, that story was all cap. I'm sure that there's a bunch of things that here's what happened. She was a mouthy bitch in school, and her teacher kept snatching her papers, so she made a big stink out of it and got suspended. You got suspended from school. You did something wrong. That's not an act of civil service. Your bitch ass got out of fucking pocket. Your mama found out, she whooped your ass, and they suspended you from school. And you're going to hang your hat on that as a leader? Come on.
The contrary. I think capitalism is the best system known to man to lift people up from poverty. I deeply respect and I thank you for your service to this country. I'm grateful for it. I haven't served the country in the way that you have. But I think that the way you get ahead in capitalism, how did I develop a multi-billion-dollar biotech company? It was by developing medicines that save people's lives.
A lot of people say capitalism causes poverty.
Yeah,
Oh my God. A lot of people there's Charlemagne acting like Sosnick. Now, a lot of people say that capitalism is the problem. Adam on his own platform doesn't have the balls to say you're fucking wrong. No, Adam likes to say, well, a lot of people would disagree. Say it with your chest, nigga. Now, let's get to what he actually said. A lot of people say that capitalism is the problem. Says the guy living in a capitalist country taking advantage of the capitalistic policies. I don't like capitalism is the reason why Charlemagne the God is a multimillionaire. So why are you bringing up that capitalism is bad? Like, what are we doing?
Disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that. I think that capitalism demands that you provide something to someone.
That's right.
That helps them more than you're actually charging them for.
Okay.
That's the only way.
That's
the
a
tried
business
and true
model,
way
sir. That's
it
not
is a business
service.
model. It's not.
It is a business model, and that's what capitalism is based on. Capitalism is in place so that businesses can thrive.
I'm not
That's
saying
not
it's
service.
I'm saying it's
But
having
see,
an impact on
An
society.
elected official is service. That's the disconnect
That's right. So
that you're
now,
missing that they didn't
I'm
teach you.
moving on to there are phases of our lives where we do different things.
Well, you're moving straight all the way up to President of the United States.
You know, I
So
don't
let's
view it as a
start first.
hierarchy. I don't view it as a hierarchy. I don't believe in hierarchies. The hierarchy is the way the
that's the
bureaucracy works. I don't believe in so we have a
I
difference in
know.
opinion.
You also don't believe in service, and that's where we're having
Oh
this
my God. This woman just said, sorry, guys. I don't like the fact that this is. She says you also don't believe in service. Right? Do you see how she just did that? He thanked her for her service and then said, you also don't believe in service. Do you see what this woman does? This woman argues in bad faith. She moves the goal.
I disagree with you on that. I just disagree with you on that.
I think it's whack that you're proposing to revoke voting rights for 18 to 24-year-olds unless they meet certain qualifications, but you never exercise your rights.
Well,
for so long.
Most young people don't, is the whole point.
Well,
so, Charlamagne, let me ask you a question. Do you think
the largest voter turnouts have been over the last couple elections, few elections?
They still voted at a very low rate. But let me ask you a question. What do you think about high school students being required to pass the civics test? What's your perspective on that?
The one that you proposed?
The one that every immigrant has to pass in order to enter the country. If every high school student has to pass that before they graduate, what's your take on that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay, good. Now let me tell you something about...
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, yet you just told Ramaswamy there's something wrong with that. See, Charlamagne is as soft as baby shit. He's as soft as baby shit. Anytime he's asked a direct question or facts are spoken right to him, he backs right off. He shrinks.
The law as it exists today. Men in this country, not women, but men are required by law to register with the Selective Service.
Right.
Age 18 to 25. That's the draft. We don't have a draft, but men have to register. If you don't, they put you in prison. At least they can. It's a criminal offense if you don't. My view is I would decriminalize that. I don't like the government telling you what you can and cannot do. That's not the American way. But if you want to enjoy the civic privilege of voting, then I think it is perfectly legitimate to say you have to at least know something about the country or have served that country, one or the other. Absolutely. Now, I think that what do we actually care about, right? We can do the personal attack thing. We care about the country. We care about the country.
Voting is the cornerstone of democracy, though.
Voting is the cornerstone of democracy. I have not.
Sir,
yeah, that's right. And you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's different.
Sir, excuse me, because this is important. We have to pause it. This is not a personal attack.
That's okay.
That means it's a personal attack.
This is you, and I know that as a Republican, you are certainly not soft. So this is not a personal attack.
Here she goes.
I'm okay with attacks too.
This is about asking about your background and how it correlates, how it's relevant to saying you're going to serve this country because. President is actually.
So I have been an open book in the last 3 years.
Yeah, I know,
Absolutely.
and I'm going page by page.
And I'm saying that I have not.
I'm gonna let you finish. Yep. But I want to be clear: it's not an attack.
Okay.
Because you've been an open book, but that doesn't mean I have to like what's on the page.
That's fair
But
enough.
it's not an attack. I'm just reading the book.
Yep.
And so when I hear somebody say you need to get to either pass this test or do some type of service to the country, and I spend hours looking. You were in the Phi Beta Kappa. Did you have a leadership role in college, the honor roll? When somebody sets service as the standard and they've done no service except to themselves, that's a fair question. It's a question. And
that's not a question. That's not a question. Tezlin Figaro is characterizing his background as self-serving. No, that's not what it is. Yes, he has made millions and millions of dollars through his companies, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean he's a selfish person. Like, how did we go? So now we're back to milk money. Mal MC with the $5 super chat says Latinas all day, every day.
So I've been on. I was on high school student council. Yes, absolutely.
Were you a leader? Were you a leader?
I was a vice president of my high school student council. Absolutely. I was the president of the National Honor Society. I can go down the list. It's just that
that's what I was asking you to do. Go down the list. But
so I was a president of the National Honor Society. I was the vice president of my student council. I was a lead amongst the volunteers at the hospital where I served growing.
See, the reason why he didn't want to mention that stuff is because he realizes that this does not mean that this doesn't qualify nor does it disqualify him to run for the president of the United States. That's what he's getting at. He's like, dude, I'm not going to talk about my being the vice president of student council. And no one is going to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy because he was the vice president of the student council. No one is going to vote for him because he volunteered at a hospital. Yet Tezlin Figaro is sitting here pretending that Tezlin does not care about. She doesn't care about his background. Let's just be clear. She doesn't care that he volunteered. She doesn't care that he volunteered or not. Okay? Tezlin Figaro she's only worried about being combative. That's it. She's not asking real questions. She's being disingenuous. She's arguing in bad faith, and she keeps moving the goalpost. And every time she says, well, this is not a personal attack, it looks and sounds like a personal attack.
I was actually a leader in volunteer research over the summers. From my senior
But
year.
all of that, but you already admitted all of that was to get into college.
Oh,
No,
my
go
God.
ahead.
See that? You can't win for losing. There we go. So he mentioned, see, there we go. See, he can't win for losing. He can't win for losing. See how she tried to play gotcha right there? She says, well, you haven't served. You haven't served, okay? I did this, this, and that. Well, you just did that to get into college. You can't win for losing with this woman. Guys, what you guys are, this is actually very important. This is actually very important here. What you guys are seeing, and I wish more white people, I wish more non-black people were aware of the Breakfast Club, because these exchanges between Tezlin Figaro and Ramaswamy and Elder earlier, guys, this is what black men go through in their relationships every day. This is what black men go through in their relationships every day. You can't win for losing. You can't win for losing. Black women will set up trap questions. Well, what have you done for me lately? Well, I did this, that, and the third. Yeah, well, only because it got you X. Well, you asked me, what have I done for you lately? I listed what I did for you lately, but then you want to turn around and say the reason I did those things was only to self-serve. So if I didn't do anything for you, I'm an ain't shit nigga, but if I do things for you, it's because you only want to serve yourself. You only want to serve yourself. Gentlemen, this is what the average rank and file black man goes through in his relationships with the average rank and file black woman in a relationship. And you wonder why the passport bros exist. You wonder why black men are going overseas. You wonder why black men are dating non-black women. Guys, you're looking at the example why. You can't win for losing. You can't win for losing. It's a bunch of, she's argumentative, she's combative, she's arguing in bad faith. Who the hell wants to, dude, who the hell wants to, can you, look. I'm sure Ramaswamy's probably aggravated right now, but listen, he's going to leave and go back to his life. Can you imagine living with a woman like this? Can you imagine living with a woman like this? You know what? I'll tell you guys something else. I actually just had an epiphany. And this was, I actually told Devin this a couple days ago. You guys are, and I'm going to bring this back around, so just stay with me. You guys are all well aware of, or a lot of you are well aware of my relationship backgrounds, right? I often talk about the 4 relationships that led me to this community. I call it the Fantastic Four. My marriage to Darcy, low quality human being, committed paternity fraud. She was a drug addict, blah, 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 blah. There was that one. Then there was my relationship with Amy. I met her when she was 19. She had a 6-year-old, had a child at 13 years old by a man who was 32 years old who was in prison. Turned my life upside down, right? Could potentially have really derailed me. Relationship number 3 was the relationship with Susie. Shortly after moving west, I got into a relationship with a low quality Latina. Pardon me. It took me 3 weeks to diagnose. Okay, I'm not doing this anymore. Later on, I'm on the phone with a friend of hers. She says, yeah, Susie's fine. She's out on a date. I was like, wait a minute. Why do girls get over breakups so easily? And the rest is history. Would you guys like to know why? I am sitting right here right now, and I'm being 1,000% serious. The only reason why I am a free man today, the only reason why I'm not up to my neck in shit, the only reason why I'm not either dead or in jail is because I did not date any black women after the age of 20 years old. Can you imagine if Amy were black? Could you imagine if Darcy were black? Can you imagine if Susie were black? I stopped messing with black women more than 20 years ago. And guys, I made every conceivable mistake. I made every conceivable mistake possible. Every mistake, guys. Every mistake. I trusted girls. I was used, abused, but I'm still here. I'm still here. Can you imagine if every one of these relationships, and those 4 relationships, that's just 4. I've been in some really fucked up situations with women before, trust me. But the only reason why I'm sitting here today is because none of these situations involved American black women. Of that I am certain. This is why I'm sitting here today, because I did not deal with women like Tezlin Figaro. I did not deal with women like Swantasha, Al-Qaeda. Walmart, Keisha, whatever the fuck. I've been through, dude, guys, I've made every mistake conceivable. And a lot of people, even myself, I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, I think to myself, like, okay, I got lucky in some situations and this and that and the third, but a man who's made the mistakes that I've made with women, guys, I should have 5 kids. I should have a driver's license because I can't pay child. I mean, I should be, nope. The only reason why I am not in jail, I'm not in prison or dead is because none of the relationships I was in past the age of 21 years old was with black women. That's why I'm a free man today. That is what Tezlin Figaro represents. Tezlin Figaro represents the death of the black man. But it's a death that you can avoid. You don't have to mess with women like Tezlin. You don't have to mess with American black women if you don't want to. Marriage causes divorce with the $2 Rumble rant. Says, thank you for this. Wow. Says, thank you for this masterclass, Donovan. This stream should be compulsory viewing for any horny young guys about to get baby trapped for 18 years of child support. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Let's continue.
But I am admitting it. I think that
I know that's self-service though. Do you understand the difference between self-service and service?
I think the reality is, I think we just all have to be more honest. When many high school students are serving today, not all of them, but I think let's smoke it out. I don't like that structure where we actually mix service with self-interest.
And I don't like the structure of somebody saying somebody need to give service as a veteran. I don't like the structure of somebody going to the highest office of the land and have not served anybody at any.
According to who? See, Tezlin Figaro is trying to paint this narrative that Ramaswamy has never been of service to anyone. She's trying to put that out there to disqualify him as a candidate. It's not working. It's not working. Newsflash, Ms. Figaro. You are not the judge, the jury, or the executioner. You're just not. You're not. You're not smart enough for that. You don't have this. You don't have enough brain power. You are too dumb to disqualify someone to run for president. You do not have the intelligence level to do what you think you're doing.
Time unless it was self-serving. So this is where we just have two different ideologies. And I know your goal was to come here and get into.
Here's my perspective.
That's why we got different perspectives.
Remember, two guys, you got to leave in 5 minutes. I know.
I'll let them wrap up.
Let me just say one thing: here's my vision of the run for presidency, and this is why I say I'm an open book. Is my job is to make sure people in this country know who I am and what I stand for.
Attaboy.
And I think that very few politicians on either party actually get that job done. So what I say is I'm an open book about who I am and what I stand for. Whether the people of this country want to vote for me, that's their question, not mine. That's their job to determine, not mine. And you're free not to vote for me. I expect you won't, and that's okay.
Right.
But I'm doing my job in the 3 books I've written over the last year, in the conversation I'm having with you guys, being far more honest than any politician that I know in the last 10 years in this country. And I think when I say we want to fix corruption, you don't know what the first step is? The first step is actually people being honest.
Whoa. Wow. 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 This woman has done her level best to just outright disrespect this dude. And he has handled it with class, professionalism, and grace. He brought it right back around. Okay, so even if it was self-serving, that's part of fixing the system. Let's not reward high school students on the back end for volunteering by using it as a resume booster to get into Harvard or Yale or whatever. No. Let's just make them volunteer just because they want to. There you go. It makes perfect sense. And look, for Ramaswamy to admit, yeah, you know what? The reason I volunteered wasn't because I wanted to clean up bedpans. It wasn't because I actually, it was because I knew it was a resume builder. A lot of people do that. A lot of people do this, myself included. That doesn't mean I'm selfish. That doesn't mean I'm on some PR campaign.
So you guys know me. You know what I stand for. I haven't hit back on that. Whether the people in this country want to vote for it, that's their choice.
Do you want to unite the country?
I do want to unite the country.
So why is one of your marquee campaign proposals making sure black people can no longer benefit from affirmative action?
See, here's the thing. It's actually been a disastrous experiment over the last 60 years.
Thank you. Thank you. The most profound thing that Larry Elder said when he was sitting in that chair He said the Democrats want to give you something for nothing. That's where they have failed Black America. The Democrats want to give you something for nothing. They want to give you jobs you're not qualified for because of the color of your skin, which is quite literally the opposite of what Dr. Martin Luther King's vision was. He said, I want people to be judged by not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Affirmative action is in direct opposition of what Martin Luther King said. Quite literally. When companies have quotas to meet with persons of color and minorities, that literally goes directly against what Dr. Martin Luther King talked about.
I've seen the impact that it's had. Unlike a lot of other executives, I've had senior executives in my company who happen to be black, senior executives in my campaign who happen to be black. I actually went to a majority or close to majority black school 1st through 8th grade. There isn't a single one of those black kids or black colleagues that could not have achieved.
Okay, so looks like YouTube has cut us off. So come on over to Rumble, and we'll finish the rest here.
Everything I have in my life. I firmly believe that to be true. And I have seen the unfair discrimination behind closed doors, the things that people will say behind closed doors, about somebody who would have had that position anyway.
There you go.
But was unfairly tarred with the taint of saying they got it because of a race-based quota system. I think that's unjust to everyone across the board.
There you go.
And I think the right way to do this is actually ensure equality of opportunity, educational access.
Imagine not getting a job. Imagine getting passed over for a job that you are clearly qualified for in favor of someone who is just there for a quota. Imagine that. Imagine that, guys. Imagine being passed over for a job because someone else needed to fill a quota. Imagine that, guys. And this is what Ramaswamy is talking about. It's incredible. Oops. Sorry about that.
Access at an early age, which, by the way, we don't have in this country.
Right.
Starting at an actual young age. How about doing that in a way that's agnostic to race? That way we prevent seeing one another on the basis of a color of our skin, but we actually solve the real inequalities that we have when it starts with inequality of opportunity, starting with education. So my view is, I think my approach is actually going to be more successful in lifting up more black Americans than have been the Lyndon Johnson approach of actually using race-based quota systems.
Wow! Whoa! Don effing DeMarco. Don effing DeMarco. And I think it's very interesting that they shut down my stream. I did one just like this on Wednesday. I did one just like this. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Wednesday. I did one wow, it's Friday already. Jesus Christ. Happy Friday, everybody. I did a stream just like this one on Wednesday. I was able to get all the way through it. But now they have blocked the live stream. My guess is that somebody from the Breakfast Club probably was watching this live stream and really didn't like what they heard. They didn't like what they heard at all. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to hit me. They're going to try to hit me with this copyright stuff. I already said it. Fair use, fair use, fair use. It is what it is. Let's go.
So if the Supreme Court does rule on affirmative action and they do ban it, who do you feel it benefits versus who it hurts?
I think that it helps everyone if they end race-based affirmative action in college admissions. I think it will literally help everyone in different ways because it restores merit in the United States. Are we perfect in ensuring equality of opportunity? No, we're not. The fact that kids are trapped by the zip code in which they're born, determining where they go to school, is a problem. Which is why I favor universal school choice in this country, which has actually done more to help black Americans than has any affirmative action program.
What's your thoughts on people saying that you got Don Lemon fired?
I think that the New York Times reported.
Do you see? Every time he crushes, he will crush the question. They have no answer. They have no answer for his rebuttal. And then they try to hit him with another gotcha question. What does Don Lemon have to do with affirmative action? See, all of these questions are just designed to try to make Ramaswamy look bad. They're trying to make Ramaswamy look bad. But what these numbskulls don't understand is that they're actually helping his campaign. I mean, dude, we should look at that. Dude, after this, we're going to look at the comments. The comments are overwhelmingly in favor of Ramaswamy. It's incredible. And you want to know something? Man? You want to know something? I'll tell you this. More politicians, more Republicans should come on to this platform. More Republicans should come onto the platform. I think Donald Trump should come onto the platform. They would never do that. They would never let him on. But dude, every time a Republican candidate comes on, they end up helping their campaign. So listen, shout out to the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club has really sort of indirectly become, a Republican stronghold in terms of what do they call it? Free advertisement campaign. This is free advertisement, man. This is free marketing. They wanted to try to make this dude look bad, and he is destroying them. Big Caesar says they are intellectual lightweights. I'll go one further. They're fucking dumb. All three of them. You actually had a woman sit here and compare the fact that that resolved the problem of teachers snatching papers in the 5th grade. We don't even know if that's true, to what he's done with his company, saving lives. It's crazy.
That I had an open debate with Don Lemon. What CNN wanted to do with that is their choice. My view is, though, we need to start saying in public.
Very good.
The things that people are otherwise saying in private.
There you go.
There's a gap right now in the country. Let's
Yes,
admit it. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter.
Be careful with that, because a lot of people in your party going to start saying nigga out loud.
So,
I don't.
Wow. Do you see this? Do you see how every time he wipes the floor with them, they up the ante? What do you say to people? You don't believe in affirmative action. He completely destroyed him. What do you say to people who think you got Don Lemon fired? He said, look, man, CNN wanted to do the debate. What they decided to do with it is up to them. And then proceeded to explain. And now this dude is going to say, watch out, the Republicans going to start calling you nigga. Wow.
I don't think so, actually. And I would certainly hope not. I would condemn it if they do. I would condemn it if anybody does. All right? But what I think is we need to close the gap between what people say in private.
Wow. This dude, here's what this dude just did. This was some Pernell Whitaker type defense. Clearly Charlemagne hit him with an unexpected kidney shot. That's for sure. He certainly caught Ramaswamy by surprise. Ramaswamy took a breath and overcame it. Watch how smooth this is.
Let's admit it. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter.
Be careful with that, because a lot of people in your party going to start saying nigga out loud.
There it is. Okay. All right, cool. That's the only tell. He's like, okay, really? Took a second. Now watch.
I don't think so, actually. And I would certainly hope not. I would condemn it if they do. I would condemn it if anybody does.
Very good. I'm going to tell you what, man. Dude. Anyone who can come in here and do this, I'd love to see him in a debate. I would love to see them in a debate. I really would. Because if you can survive this, you can survive anything.
All right. But what I think is we need to close the gap between what people say in private.
Just got him. Now, Charlemagne ain't got shit to say. He's like, I'm going to start saying nigga. Ramaswamy said, you know what? I don't think so. And if they did, I would condemn it. And then gets right back on topic. Good for him.
Private and what they say in public. That allows us to air our differences, and then we actually find unity that way. That's actually what I think unites the country, not creating this culture of hush-hush, right? Say one thing in public and a different thing in private. And I do reject Don Lemon's premise. What did he tell me on set? He said, you can disagree with me when you have black skin and you've lived in this country, whatever ethnicity you are.
But
explain
sir,
it to me.
I
just reject
that.
Not, I think we should.
Sir, let's just use a really.
Here we go. Here's more disingenuous. You can always tell she's going to argue in bad faith when she furrows that eyebrow.
Of just what everybody said. You said, people can have difference of opinion. They can have, you want to unite people. I gave you a difference of opinion as a veteran, and you came back and said that I was personally attacking you, and that is a way of gaslighting.
He didn't say. I'm sorry. Did Ramaswamy? See, now she's putting words in his mouth. Ramaswamy has never, he never, ever said, you just attacked me. That's not what happened. The thing that Tezlin Figaro just said was a lie. It was not true. It was not true. It just wasn't true. Now she's just making stuff up.
And basically, trying to set the idea that I was
true.
against you when I just had, that's the statement you made.
No,
and what I'm saying is.
No, that's not the statement he made. Ramaswamy never said you are personally attacking me. That's not what happened.
Instead of us just having the debate, because see, I didn't talk about colors, which you probably expected when you came in here.
I did not.
Well, that's fine. I didn't talk about color. I didn't get all emotional about your vision, because I really wanted to just talk about what you've done in service, because you yourself has raised service as the number one thing.
There she goes. What, like, now we're all the way back to service. What does that have to do with what they were just talking about?
That what people need to do in order to participate in the country that my
there it is.
ancestors built.
That my ancestors built, that I vowed to die for. See, this is where she's trying to position herself. What she's trying to do is she's trying to position herself as someone who is qualified to ask these kinds of questions. Well, I served in the military. I served my country. My ancestors built this country, so I have a right to disrespect you. What you guys are seeing is the black female id run amok. Okay? This is obviously a black show, but this woman has been allowed to just run roughshod all over the guests. She's been nothing but disrespectful. She's been disingenuous. She's argued in bad faith, and she doesn't really know what she's talking about. Yet, DJ Envy and Charlamagne the God just kind of sit there and, yeah, okay, all right, whatever.
And you said that I personally attacked you. So just to give you some advice, if you're going to say, hey, let's have difference of opinion. When
did he say he personally attacked her? Or she personally attacked him?
Be able to discuss.
I loved everything you did. I loved the whole thing.
Because I had a question that it was a personal attack. Because
it was. I don't think a question. I think this is great, because you know what I said. What's the job?
Did you say personal attack?
What's the job?
Sure is
everybody needs to know who a candidate is and what they stand for. That's the candidate's job. Whether you vote for them or not, that's your choice.
Did you say I personally attacked you, or did I hear it wrong? I just want to make sure.
I did not say you personally attacked me. No, I said we have actual good. I wanted to know whether or not we were actually able to. You said sit around for 20 years. I said I didn't sit around for 20 years, but that's okay.
Yeah. See, he never said she personally attacked him. But even if he did, what does that prove? Do you see See, Tezlin doesn't have anything to stand on. She tries to play gotcha with inconsequential things. Did you or did you not say I personally attacked you? What difference does it make? What difference does it make? It doesn't matter. This is ridiculous.
I think that, you know what? If somebody's running for U.S. president, I want to say this.
Well, you
can't handle the heat. You stay out of the kitchen. So we'll come in and we'll handle the heat.
This is unbelievable. He can't get a word in edgewise.
Personal attacks. You did say personal attacks, though. So let's be honest. Remember, that's your
shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. She cannot let it go. She can't let it go. You did say personal attacks. Okay, well, you know what? If you did say personal attacks and we all know that he didn't, then I guess that just disqualifies him to be the president of the United States.
Number one thing, being honest.
And I agree with you. I know you have to go, but I do disagree on which.
Oh, boy. That's the move. That's the move, guys. Uh-oh. It's about to go down. Right before he asked Larry Elder about his nigga wake-up call, he said, I know. Oh, one of Devin's books got here. That's what Devin does. That's her hobby. She reads. Right before he asked Larry Elder about his nigga wake-up moment, he said, I know you have to go, but CigarMan85 with the $2 Rumble rant says, I thought she didn't care about service titles like the mayor and the governor because black don't run the system. Wow, right.
What you said about affirmative action, because I feel like without that legislation, I don't think black people stand a chance. We had to create the legislation to even have a chance. And I don't know why you have faith that without that legislation, things will be fair or on equal footing for black people.
I think that most people who benefit from affirmative action are the immigrants who came after Kennedy's immigration reform in the 60s. They are not descendants of slaves. They are people who came as immigrants like my parents did. And so I just think it is a broken system to say that you look like someone to whom a bad thing once happened and you're going to be favored over someone who looks like someone who once did a bad thing.
You think your parents would have gotten the same shot without that legislation?
I mean, so it turns out that Asian Americans, Indian Americans don't benefit from.
You want to take away something that benefited your parents, which directly benefited you.
See, here's what I'm saying is whether or not it's in our past, the question is how do we actually move forward
Thank you.
as one nation? And I do not believe it is with race-based quotas. I believe it is economically empowering all Americans.
I think that.
Okay, hey, look, man. Okay, then that's just a fundamental disagreement between the two. I'm good with that.
Legislation was put here to protect people that look like me, people that look like you, and I think you're ridiculous to want to get rid of.
Here's what I would say is
Look, ridiculous to want to get rid of it. See, Charlemagne can laugh, but he does nothing. He didn't add anything substantive to his argument.
Lyndon Johnson's Great Society that this was part of, right? So affirmative action was part of it. There was a broader set of policies designed to help Black Americans, I think have been disastrous for
That is exactly what Elder
Black
said.
Americans
That's right.
and all Americans.
There it is. The welfare system, it's just like Larry Elder said. Larry Elder says, I remember, I grew up in the inner city. I remember these social workers knocking, coming door to door. Would you like to marry? Well, not would you like to. Would you like benefits? What, there's no man in the house? Okay, free food, free education, free health care, blah, 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 blah.
Well, sir, it wasn't disastrous for you. And what Charlemagne is saying is your parents benefited from it.
They did not. I mean, as a point of fact, that's false. Indian Americans do not benefit from affirmative action.
No, that's not as a point of fact. No, that's not as a point of fact. Because without the liberties that Black folks have fought for, which has basically immigrants have been able to prosper in this country because of that. But we're not going to go there. Let's just.
Oh, there we go. See, but we're not going to go there. Well, you just went there, Sweet Cheeks.
Let's just say they benefited from being able to have the freedoms that Black people fought for. That's the bottom line. And in turn, it benefited you. And then your answer a moment ago.
What the hell does that even mean?
Was, well, let's not talk about stuff in our past. See, once it benefited you, you were able, you moved on.
I want to be honest with you. You guys want to get real? Let's get real. My parents were.
That's why the heart of a service. No, sir. Because the Black people hadn't fought.
Yeah, we gotta get real. My grandparents lived. They lived in a colonial society. Britain colonized where my grandparents lived as well. But I think that I don't do well by seeing myself as a victim of the white man because.
There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My parents grew up in a nation that colonized our race, and I'm not going to look at myself as the victim. That's the overall point. We can sit here and bitch and moan about the past. But if you look at yourself as a victim, everyone else is going to look at you as a victim. He absolutely just crushed them. Wow.
Actually, Great Britain happened to have colonized where my grandparents were actually colonized.
I think you were victorious.
That's moving the goalposts.
I think you were victorious.
I know what benefited your parents when they got here.
That's right.
What benefited all of us is the fact that we have a free country. Where anybody is free to achieve what they want. I don't know what they came to this country with not a lot of money. What benefited them was hard work and dedication. My dad faced layoffs when he was growing up at GE. Right. He went to law school at night to be able to keep his job. What did that teach me?
Affirmative action benefited him?
I don't think affirmative action benefited him. Absolutely not.
No, affirmative action didn't benefit him. He worked his ass off. He went to law school. That's what happened.
I think hard work and dedication benefited him. And that's part of what I want to share with all Americans. I want to make this the country where no matter who you are and what your skin color is, you get ahead with your own hard work and commitment and dedication.
Thank you. Thank you. That is exactly the point. That is exactly the point.
You get ahead not on the color of your skin, but the content of your character.
He has to go, guys.
And that's what I want for America.
One more thing. You told a voter that you were open to ending foreign aid to Israel. Then it was reported that it was a misunderstanding. What happened with that?
Yeah, it was. That was a false reporting, actually. So I think.
You never said that?
No, I did not. I said that I was open to actually a broad strategy of disengagement from the Middle East. Mm-hmm. My general view is we fought a lot of pointless wars for a very long time. Ukraine's the pointless war of the moment. And I think that the United States needs to disengage from parts of the world if it does not advance American interests. China's the top threat that we face.
That's right.
And we actually need to prioritize that in our foreign policy.
Very good.
All right. Well, we appreciate you for joining us.
I appreciate you guys having me.
How do I say? I don't want to say your name right.
Huh?
Do you mean that?
I do mean that, actually. Because
are you kidding me? Dude. Charlemagne, I'm just going to say it. Dude, Charlemagne the guy, dude, really? Really? He said, thank you for having me. Do you mean that? What are you, are you looking for a fight? Dude, this is insanity. He's being cordial. Hey, DJ, hey, thanks for coming on. Thank you for having me. Charlemagne, do you really mean that? What? I just don't, this is, It's like if you are not a pro-black, then you are just rotten to the core. Nothing you say is the truth. Everything is agenda based. Do you really mean that? Are you kidding me with this?
We don't do this enough,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So I do mean that, and I will come back if you guys will have me when I'm in New York City.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Because to your point, the Republican debates will be way worse. By the way.
It's not-
Oh, no, they will not. Oh, no. The Republicans, see, now here's Charlemagne now trying to add fuel to the fire, right? So Ramaswamy ducked right around that, handled it beautifully. Hey, no, I really do mean it. We need to do this more. And I would love to come back if you'll have me. And of course, now that puts them on the spot. Oh, yeah, we'd love to have you. Just understand the Republican debates are going to be a lot worse. No, they're not. This was not a debate, Charlemagne. This was not a debate. This was a clown show. That's what this was. This was a clown show. Nobody learned anything. The only thing anybody learned is how much of a fucking clown you are, how much of a fucking clown Tezlin Figaro is. DJ Envy,
Not really.
Chris
I mean, we got to get real with
I
each
can
other.
definitely tell you, Chris is going to ask about your background, so you might want to start volunteering on your free time.
Oh, I don't believe in virtue signaling. I am who I am. I'm an open book. We're all imperfect human beings.
There it is, virtue signaling. See, that's what she wanted. See, that's what that was. Tezlin was trying to get him to virtue signal, but he didn't do it. And so now Tezlin with the parting shot. Well, do you see how Tezlin and Charlemagne continue to take shots at him on the way out? Are you sure? Do you really mean that? Got around that? Well, the Republican debates are going to be way worse. It's like they're trying to get the last word in. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Man, holy.
Oh, my God.
Man, that's what I'm saying, Kevin. Jesus Christ.
What, the French toast?
I'm asking the same thing too, Kevin. This is nuts.
Imperfect country, we aspire to be the best version of ourselves.
Yeah, that's not virtual signaling, though, sir. That's just a question.
Baby. No, see, she can't even say virtue signaling.
We aspire to be the best version of
Yeah,
ourselves.
that's not virtual signaling, though.
Virtual signaling. This ignorant bitch can't even speak English. And she's still arguing.
Sir, that's just a question, and you need to aspire to do something other than something that benefits yourself. That's all. If you want to say you're going to serve the country.
Has to get that parting shot in. Gotta get it in.
The president is a service role. It's not running a business.
Okay, yes it is, number one. The president is a service role, number two, but the president doesn't be the president for free. He ain't... Yo, check this out. My girl. The president gets paid. Sweet cheeks. The president gets paid. John Kasich, a Republican congressman out of Ohio. He won, I think, one of the House of Representatives slots. He didn't want to take the money. He says, nope, keep the money. Eventually, they said, if you don't take this money for this job that you are doing, you will be charged with a crime. So he had to take the money. Nobody works for free. But here's Tezlin Figaro still trying to get the last word in, trying to make this dude look bad. Wow.
Here's the positive I'll give you. I think your message is powerful for young Americans across this country to hear, and that's what I'm going to take.
My message is right for you.
That's actually what I'm going to take.
Unbelievable. Do you see this? He is trying to give her he's trying to play nice. Hey, your message is great for young Americans. No, my message is right for you. She continues to be combative. This is insanity.
It's not running a business. So
here's the positive I'll give you. I think your message is powerful for young Americans across.
See, she wants to make everything negative. Anytime someone does that little shoulder roll that Mayweather does as a shot, no, we're good. No, she wants to throw a rabbit punch. She wants to hit him below the belt. Watch.
Across this country to hear, and that's what I'm going to take.
My message is right for you.
That's actually what I'm going to take from this.
No, my message is for you, because you're saying that people need to reach a certain level of service to be able to vote in the country that my ancestors fought and died for. So my message is not for you. See, I don't do visionary messages.
She says my message is not for you. She said my message is for you. Then she says my message is not for you. and then Charlemagne and DJ Envy laughing. Watch.
This country to hear, and that's
No,
what I'm
my
going to take.
message is right for you.
That's actually what I'm going to
My message is right for you. Watch.
take from this.
No, my message is for you because you're saying that people
My message is for you.
need to reach a certain
Yeah.
level of service to be able to vote in the country that my ancestors fought and died for. So my message is not for you. See, I don't do
See, my message is not for you. See, she keeps like, she can't even keep her words straight here.
visionary messages. I do direct straight shot, the host of Straight Shot No Chaser. My message for you is if you're going to require people to be a certain age to vote, you should have been able to meet that. My message for you is if you're going to say that if you can't do that, if you can't pass the test, then you need to be able to provide service to your country. You should have been able to
My
provide
message
service
to
your
you is if
country.
you disagree with me, you don't have to vote for me, but I respect your view, and we need to actually
Yeah.
have a country where we need
Oh,
to have
no,
this debate in a
absolutely
way.
not.
Look, see, there it is. See? He's being respectful, and she can't allow him to be respectful. She can't allow him to be respectful. She wants to make him look bad. She wants to make him, she is hell-bent on making this man look bad, and Ramaswamy won't let her do it, but she won't let him not do it. Watch.
I
in a
voted
way
for
that
you. I
doesn't
just did an
personalize it.
interview. That's all. I just wanted to point out the discrepancies on your platform versus what you've actually done because
What
that
do I
does
want
matter.
for the country is I grew up in this country, and I want to actually
I want this for
lead
you.
the
Here she goes. She can't even let him talk.
next
I
generation to be
want this
proud.
for you.
Well, I
See,
appreciate
but I want it for
I
you.
appreciate you wishing
want
that
this
for
for
me.
you.
And
Yeah, I want it for
I'm
you.
in this because I actually want to give back to a country that, yes, has allowed me to succeed in it, and I want to
And
make
I-
sure that the
and I
next
want you
generation
to
of
be a
Americans
leader.
lives that same dream. Thank you very
And
much.
as a veteran, I
appreciate
want
that.
you to be a leader, and I want you to serve this country before you tell everybody else they got to serve it. That's all. We just have a difference of opinion.
He's not telling everybody else they got to serve it.
Appreciate your opinion. Thank you.
Is Vivek?
Thank you.
Did I say that right?
You wanna
It's
tell
Vivek.
them where to
Vivek
donate to your campaign.
Ramaswamy.
Yeah, it's Vivek Ramaswamy. You visit Vivek2024.com. You'll learn
Oh, Vivek, I'm sorry.
more about the campaign, and if the ideas speak to you, then come on and sign up.
All right, it's the
There it is. Normatives nailed it. They are so mad that he's holding Frame. This is what happens when you hold Frame, is they continue to up the ante. Just like this. Ramaswamy absolutely killed this interview. Killed this interview. This woman, dude, this woman and Charlemagne the God, they did their level best to just disrespect this man. They did nothing but disrespect this dude. They tried to trash this dude, and he just rose above it. And every time he rose above it, they got more and more upset. Unbelievable.
Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Appreciate it, guys.
Wake that ass up.
Wake that ass up. I actually do like the introduction to Breakfast Club. Wake that ass up. That was incredible. That was incredible. That was incredible. I'm going to tell you what, this to me is, I think this was worse. I think this was worse than the Larry Elder interview. Shout out to ROFLO1804 with the $1 Rumble Rant says, Rumble Rant says, Tezlin shows about as much as good faith and positivity as Joe Biden shows cogent thoughts on the regular. These smooth-brained fools need some lessons on humility and history statistics. She's complete trash. Wow. I like Vivek. I do. I think Vivek, I think he is a G. I think he is very, very good at what he does. I'm going to tell you what, man. Dude, like, I can't vote, but if I could, I think I'd vote for the guy. I like him. He's young, he's new, he's articulate. Vuzel says, man, this makes us look so bad. This will cause people to lose respect for us. I can't stand niggas. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, see, Charlemagne the God he's not a black man. He a nigga. Tezlin Figaro is not a black woman. She's a nigga. Y'all. That's what this comes down to. Man. These people, and again, I think the Breakfast Club, I think honestly, that the Breakfast Club is probably one of the most powerful platforms for the Republican Party. Because anytime anybody goes on there, all they do is get votes. Let's take a look at these. Look, I looked at the let's take a look at these comments. This is insane. This is incredible. Watch this. Oops. Let's see if it'll let me go one more. There we go. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, Maestro Man says there are some states where you can vote as a felon. Connecticut is one of them. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, shit. The fact that this woman views fifth grade class president as a measure of leadership, then founding and running a $100 million business is all you need to know about how valuable her opinion is. I'm going to tell you what, dude. This is the Breakfast Club. This is a bad look. This is a bad, bad look. Yeah, 45,000 comments, guys. Oh, wow, I can vote in Virginia. Damn. Okay. Thanks, Breakfast Club. You've shown us why Vivek will be in office in 2024, either as president or VP. The patience he demonstrates in front of stupidity is exceptional. Pray for America. Dude, can you imagine a Trump Ramaswamy ticket? Can you imagine a Trump Ramaswamy ticket? Wow. Vivek Ramaswamy handled himself well. The hosts love picking the racism card and love Vivek's response to everything. Yep. Dude, look at this. Vivek is so much smarter than everyone in the room. Oh, here we are. She's a classic example of everything wrong with American education. You are not kidding. Wow. This is unbelievable. Not one vote. Not one negative comment about Ramaswamy. Thank you, Tez. Yours is the first truly combative interview I've seen of Vivek. I now know he can handle himself, even when an interviewer who has zero standards of objectivity who attacks him personally, all while gaslighting that it's not personal. Oh, wow. These people. Oh, man. Dude. This nigga's falling out on the floor. Yeah, I find it amusing yet predictable that they stopped the stream. They stopped the stream because they were clearly watching. They were clearly watching. And they know, dude, listen, man, I'm not no political expert, but I'm damn good at what the fuck I do. I am damn good at what the fuck I do. I don't catch everything, but I don't miss much. I don't miss much, man. Vivek, I've created life-saving medicine. Tez, but have you ever stopped someone from snatching papers in the 6th grade? Wow, this is incredible. This lady is the prime example of why America has the problems it has today. I cannot believe this. Vivek explaining to them why it's important to take pride in our country is like explaining calculus to a goldfish. Yeah, Solomon says, thank the Lord Jesus Christ for Rumble. Guys, Rumble's the future. Rumble's the future, guys. What I was doing on YouTube, gentlemen, it was perfectly legal. I was giving a cogent, clear analysis on another platform. And what happens? Somebody can just snap their fingers and stop it. I mean, I don't know that that's freedom of speech. I don't know that that's freedom of speech. YouTube is going to have YouTube is going to have a big problem on their hands pretty soon, man. If they don't watch it, dude. Yeah, Rumble ain't going nowhere. Rumble ain't going nowhere. It's incredible. Not many people could handle the idiocy displayed on that show with as much patience and humility as Vivek. He has my vote. There you go, man. Dude, this was crazy. The Breakfast Club's pathetic attempt to smear this man's campaign actually makes me want to vote for him. He definitely has my vote. 3,700 likes. You see? Let's read some of these replies here. Same here. This one backfired on. The problem is... Wow. This was incredible. Yep, Vivek totally wrecked the hosts. As an African American, Vivek is the man to serve us. Jesus. This video is a free masterclass on how to conduct yourself during a completely hostile interview. Thank you, Vivek. You want to know something, guys? I've actually done some research on myself. And I'm pretty hard on myself. Because, I tend to, lose frame a lot. I get loud, I get crazy, I get boisterous. That's a weakness of mine, sure. But that only happens when I'm here in studio. If I'm joining via Zoom or, StreamYard, that's when I tend to go off the rails a little bit. But that doesn't happen when I'm actually on site. I never lost frame on Saucecast. I've never lost frame on Saucecast when I'm there. Never lost frame on Fresh. I've never lost frame when I am a physical guest in the studio. Never lost frame. Never, ever lost frame. I've done it plenty of times when I'm sitting here and I'm joining. But when I'm sitting right there in front of people, never lost frame. And my guess is that Tezlin Figaro probably would not be as bold as she was if she were in the privacy and the comfort of her own home. I don't think she would be as combative. I had to stop this interview and come back so many times because of this woman. She started to focus more on his high/middle school accomplishments instead of the fact that he has run a pharmaceutical company and has developed medication to save lives. Thank you. I am probably going to vote for this guy after this interview. I'm trying to tell you, man. It is absolutely incredible. This is I'm telling you. I think that the Breakfast Club is the Republican Party's unpaid marketing team. Vivek, I've led companies, I've developed medicines, 5 of which are FDA-approved products today. One of them is a life-saving therapy in kids, 20 of whom died by the age of 3 if they're not treated. 70% of them now live lives of a normal duration. Another one is for prostate cancer. The woman, yeah, but were you ever class president? Did you stop a teacher from snatching papers? There you go. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is how this conversation might have gone. Interviewer, have you ever led your team to victory royal in a Fortnite squad game, Mr. Vivek? Vivek says, I own a biotech company that has literally saved the lives of millions. Interviewer, okay, I didn't ask you that. How did your dodgeball team do in 5th grade? Vivek says, what? The interviewer, so basically you only brag about money. Vivek says, nobody mentioned money. Interviewer, when I was 12, I talked back to my teacher. Your turn. Oh my God, that's great. You failed the test, by the way. Ay, ay, ay. You know what? Honestly, man, I think they got to keep her on the show. They got to keep her on the show. Dude, keep her on the show. Keep her on the show, man. Yeah, this is funny. None of these. See, look. This was a month ago. That's still up. Right? Like all kinds of people have their response videos up on this. But let a black man speak critically about the Breakfast Club, and yeah, we're going to shut you down. All right. Thank you, Breakfast Club, for inadvertently shining the spotlight on. Come on now. Never mind. Thank you. Ignorance versus intelligence. This is insane. I don't see one negative comment about this guy, dude. I really don't. Wow. Oh, here we go. As a black man, this interview embarrassed me. I'm a veteran, and when I hear somebody mention that they are a veteran so much, I think that they are self-centered and they demand respect. You joined the Air Force, ma'am, known for being pencil pushers. Good to know that a majority of people did not like how they did this interview. It was just straight up one-sided attack on the guest. Wow. Yeah, Cigar Man 85 says Tezlin is going to get Trump and Ramaswamy. Dude, I'm telling you. Dude, honestly, you know what they should do? You want to know what they should do? The next Republican debate. Who's with me? The next Republican debate. The next Republican debate should be hosted by Tezlin Figaro. And I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. I am not joking. I think the next Republican debate should be hosted by Tezlin Figaro. I really do. If the Republicans really want to make their stamp in this country, you got to make Figaro, you absolutely have to make her the moderator. You have to. Because people like her, it reveals who people really are. We found out who Larry Elder really is. We found out who Vivek Ramaswamy really is. We found out who they are. They are genuine, honest, hardworking people. And there was no way we were going to be able to see that unless Figaro came in with her bullshit questions. I'm being dead serious. The next Republican debate should be hosted by Tezlin Figaro. I am not kidding. I think that would be beneficial for the Republican Party. Yep, exactly. Yeah, no. Yeah, dude, totally. Breakfast Club, Don DeMarco, man. Because these interviews are revealing, like, Tezlin Figaro, she's the avatar for the black community, guys. That's it. She is the avatar for the black community. And I think, honestly, man, my next video is gonna be about her. It's gonna be, pre-edited and pre-cut. Yeah. Tezlin Figaro, she is the avatar for the degeneracy of the black community. So yeah, dude, keep rolling her out there. Keep rolling her out there, man. Let's read a few more, and then we'll bring an end to this. There's not going to be a dating show breakdown today, guys, because I've got something I have to take care of here in about a half an hour. While she was dripping with anger and viciousness, his calm demeanor compared her blindness to her own ignorance. You know what? It's weird. I can now barely say the word ignorant because I say ignorant so much. I say ignorant way too much, and I'm like, oh shit, what happened? Nope. There we go. Let's read some of these. It was really painful to sit through this. He is an honest guy. This was funny as hell. The host and the woman are very hostile towards him, but Vivek handled them with class. As a lifelong Democrat, I will now be voting Republican for the first time because of Vivek. There you go. There you go, man. Dude, this is... Guys. Oh, this looks interesting. As someone said, quote, real gold is not afraid of the melting pot. Breakfast Club, and specifically the lady interviewer, has shown the world what a gem of a person Vivek is. See that? We now really know who Vivek is because of her. The world out there is angry, and there are people who need to be pacified. I feel we need Vivek to listen to these angry men and women and pacify them. Then only society will unite to make America great again. Wow. Profound comment. Ruffalo 1804 with the $1 Rumble rant says Tezlin Figaro isn't the avatar. She's the avatar for black degeneracy. Yeesh. Yeah, you're right about that. Here's another one. I'm sure she served in the armed forces purely out of the goodness of her own heart and her to be of service. Nothing to do with the GI Bill, the sign-on bonus, or the opportunity for financial mobility. She is insanely sanctimonious and should be flat out embarrassed. She's talking about something she did in 6th grade to a man who was the valedictorian of his high school class, by the way, and has accomplished more in his life already than she will ever dream of. Yeah. Yep. It's so funny when people try to make you angry, but they see it's not working, it makes them more angry. Finally. The open hostility these people show him is surprisingly refreshing. Well, there's the black community for you guys, huh? There it is. There's the black community for you. This interview made me like him more and more. The way he had to deal with the stupid questions, and the lady in the screen speaks Yeah. Yep. God, she is insufferable. All the hosts were actually. She was the most insufferable. Charlemagne was second. Envy, not so much. He earned my vote. She did personally attack him. Just because he doesn't attack you back doesn't mean you didn't attack him. Right. Wow. This is 45,000 votes. 45,000 comments, guys. Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Boy, that was something. That was absolutely something. So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start following. I'm gonna start following this guy. I really am. I'm gonna start following this guy because I think that he is him, Larry Elder. You know, we know all we need to know about Trump. We all want Trump in the White House. We all want Trump in the White House. But in case, somebody decides to try to screw him over, we've got Ramaswamy and Elder. So, honestly, any combination of those three candidates, Trump, Ramaswamy, or Elder, I don't care who's the president. No, any one of those three. Any one of those three. Any one of those three. Looks like Jonathan Taylor has until Tuesday to find a trade partner. Oh my God, the Dolphins are trying to get... Oof, wow. I don't think the Dolphins have the capital. We'll read a few more, then we'll call this thing to a close here. I know they really tried to paint him as selfish, but I think he really wants to help make the country better. Dude, nobody has ever thought that Vivek Ramaswamy was selfish. Nobody. Here's one. Wow, 3,500 likes. I don't have a specific political affiliation. However, I'd like to express my gratitude to this woman for influencing me to support Vivek and encouraging me to exercise my voting rights. There you go. There it is. Oh, here's another one. That one DJ Envy, talking about how you keep talking over her when simply answering and correcting her nonsense. The lady calling him selfish for taking leadership roles, and then Charlemagne calling him ridiculous for having common sense. This entire crew is laughable at this point. Yeah, the Breakfast Club is a joke, guys. It's a joke. It's an absolute. It is an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke, man. These people. Oh my God, dude! All of these. Oh, that's the Millionaire Morning Show. I've never heard of that. That looks like Anton. I don't know if that's Anton Daniels. Well, Anthony Weiner is back in politics now. Huh? How about that? Hey, I'm on suggestions. Vivek has already earned 481,000 votes. Thank you, Breakfast Club. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. I am a 100% service-connected disability veteran. No one joins the service and their first motivation is, quote, serving the country. I joined because I made bad decisions in high school that left me with very few options at 18 years of age. I joined to see the world. I joined to become a man. I joined to make my parents proud. Once I was in and graduated boot camp, I felt very patriotic and proud to have made the decision of joining. My dad's generation served. They were drafted and sent like cannon fodder to Vietnam, World War I and II, and Korea were drafted also. The narrative of join the military and you're a hero for life because you put your life on the line is a load of hogwash. In the service, there are plenty of heroes. Those heroes usually end up with medals that show in the moment they were heroes, and lots of heroes are awarded posthumously. I'd love to see her service record. I'm sure she joined, like most veterans, I know, and myself. That being for selfish reasons. There you go. There you go. Wow. I don't usually comment on things, but I had to this time. This woman embodies everything that is wrong with our generation. I'll read one more here. Charlemagne the God and DJ Envy took a huge L in intelligence level as they let that lady run riot. Vivek used his intelligence and used the situation to his advantage by calling her virtue signaling out. It is easy for him to convince the learned, okay? But she really helped him reach the masses by playing her trumpet about the lunch/paper snatching and service. Yep. Wow. Incredible. Fantastic episode, you guys. Great time. I think it is extremely telling. I think it is extremely telling that they snatched the video off of YouTube. But don't worry, I deleted it. And I deleted the Larry Elder one as well. But yeah, that what that shows me, that had nothing to do with YouTube. That had nothing to do with YouTube. That had everything to do with one of the members of the Breakfast Club watching this. It was either Charlemagne, it was either Charlemagne or it might have been Tezlin Figaro, maybe somebody from their staff. But they are clearly, I was clearly on their radar. I'm clearly on their radar. So, well, that is going to do it for this, the 1003rd edition of TSR Live. My thanks to my subscribers, my members, my Sharp Streams, my patrons. Thank you guys very, very much for watching. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you. Said
in the morning. The Breakfast Club.